C'est faux.
Oui.
C'est fou.
127. 128. 277. 140. Yes. 139. 139.
ಇಲ್ಲೇ ರೌಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಹೊಡೆಯೋದಾ ಇಲ್ಲೇನಾ ಔಟ್ಸೈಡ್ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಹಾಂ
5 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ.
ಹೌದಾ ಓಕೆ
ಸ್ಟೇಡಿಯಂ ಅಂತಕನೇ ದೊಡ್ಡದು ಇದು.
ದೊಡ್ಡದು ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಇವಾಗ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದನಾ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇವಾಗ
ಅದು ಬಿಲ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಪಾಸ್.
ಓಕೆ 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 ಹಾಂ ಹಾಂ
Anybody there? No, no. All done? You can check it. अंदर है दूर स्टार्ट टेप है अंदर है उधर है to move
ಫ್ರೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಓಕೆನಾ ಓಕೆ
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 32nd IAU and WMA 100K World Championship. We see that the teams are getting ready in the call room. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 30 a.m. 6:15. 15 minutes later than the decided one because we're waiting for some light to show up. This is at the beautiful GKVK campus of Bengaluru, India. We had the Asia Oceania 100 kilometer championship a year ago in the same venue. It's a 5-kilometer loop. I'm sure everyone has been briefed about the distance. The first loop will be slightly different than the rest of the loops. This is the 32nd World Championship of the 100 kilometer distance.
The fights are there.
Doing the first fight.
Yeah, I'm in the first fight.
Can we stay here for the start?
Evet.
Are you sure we can stay here? No, we don't. None of the start getting
You cannot be here.
behind the bar.
Yes.
Okay, that's better.
No, because they run this.
ಏನೇಳಿ ಇನ್ನು ಆಚೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸೈಡಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡೋಣ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವರೇ ಮಾತ್ರನಾ ಫಾರಿನರ್ಸ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಫುಲ್ಲ
You go behind, eh? First, you go with the first runner.
Yes.
Okay.
See you.
Check with me. Where, how far are you?
Because I will be in the
But how far? I can
just this
No, just do this way. Because I can
Nadia, we have 5 minutes to go. Would you like to say something to the athletes who have lined up here?
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 32nd IAU 100-kilometer IAU and WMA World Championships. It's going to be a beautiful day. Thank you for your patience. We have got about 4.5 minutes to go to the start. Well, wish you all the very best. Make sure you respect the weather and enjoy the course. So all the best. We'll be cheering for you from the sidelines. Good luck. Back over to you, Kavri.
Can we have a show of hands, some cheering while we are gathering some photographs? Everyone, can you please raise your hands, build up some energy? Hello, participants. Can you all raise your hands, please? Raise your hands, please. Yep, thank you. Mitra. Can we all raise our hands, give a clap, wishing everybody the very best. We are all set. We're going to cheer ourselves before we go for the long run for today. Thank you so much. We have Dr. Rajendra Kataria, who's woken up to cheer the 100-kilometer participants. So what do you have to tell people at the start line today?
Hi, good morning, Bengaluru, and everybody here. The weather is very good, and I'm happy to see that all 300 plus runners who are here are ready to run, and I wish them all the very best and hope to have good run and good timing today.
We have 3 minutes more for the flag off. We have the start tape ready. Please be careful when you do your start. May we ask everyone else to clear the path? Two minutes to go. Thirty seconds to go. I'm sure everyone's just raring, fueling up their machines. We are setting up the timing systems. I'm waiting for a go-ahead from the timekeeper before we do the actual countdown. Let's start. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Good luck, guys. This is the 32nd IAU and WMA 100 kilometers World Championship in the beautiful campus of GKVK at Bengaluru, India. We have over 35 countries sending their teams today to participate, compete, and bring laurels to their countries. Wishing everyone the very, very best, both the supporters and the athletes and the support team, the organizing team.
ನಾನು ಬಿದ್ದೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅಣ್ಣ ಎಲ್ಲಿಗ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅರ್ಜೆಂಟ್ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಬೇಡವಾ ಅದೇ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವೇನು ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅವಾಗ ಆಮೇಲೆ
Welcome to the 100K World Championship 2024. We are coming in live from Bengaluru in India this morning. It's an overcast morning here. It looks it's quite pleasant. The weather is in the 20s. The race has just begun. We are into the 9th minute as we speak. As you can see, the leaders are doing a short first loop. The first loop is going to be shorter than the regular loop. It is about 2 kilometers, 2.8 kilometers. The leaders are on the way back towards the start line. As we speak, the 3 Japanese runners are at the lead. They are passing the support tents, the country support tents. As they turn round the corner, they are now able to see the start-finish line, which they are going to be crossing in the next few seconds. This is the first short loop, remember. All the other loops are going to be about 4.86 kilometers. So here they go, they pass the start line and they're racing away. The first 2.8 kilometers in about 10 minutes. So that's the pace that they're setting for this race now. As you can see, the next bunch of runners, including the Japanese, the Indians, are now crossing the start line as well. We have team the various teams now slowly crossing. You have the bulk of the big bunch that is now coming in. Again, the pace it looks very relaxed, but they're at least doing 4 minute pace per kilometer. So it's quite a brisk pace there. I see New Zealand, Australia, Czech Republic, the German teams. So this year we also have the World Masters 100K Championship going alongside. There, if you're looking to cheer Team India, you just had the Team India runners go past the finish line. That's the women's lead pack that just is also coming through. Remember, they are doing this short first loop of 2.8 kilometers. From here on, they get into the regular 4.8 kilometer loop in this beautiful campus here at GKVK this morning. So the event is supported by Athletic Federation of India under the aegis of International Association of Ultra Running. The beautiful campus here in the is a great lung space in Bengaluru. The campus has been around for really, for more than 100 years, and the trees are really testimony to to how long the campus has stood here, providing an amazing lung space for the local runners, as well as, of course, being a very fully functional university. This university campus is an agricultural university campus. I have been, you can see some morning walkers, I hope, who get very comfortable with the great running and the walking trails that are around. It gets pretty busy on a weekend. You have more than 500 runners and walkers who come in here for their morning walks and their runs at various times. You can see some of the masters athletes now crossing the start line. So, just a reminder, so we have the IAU World Championship individual competition. So what we need to look out for is the men's and the women's individual category. We also have the team competition for the men and women. And of course, as I was mentioning earlier, the World Masters Athletic 100-kilometer World Championship also happening in the same event. The Masters competition, of course, has 5-year age brackets from 35 years on for both men and women, and that's also very well represented here this morning. We have about 29 countries represented today, and many of you are, from the various countries, I hope, are also logged in to enjoy the action here on live stream. If you are from one of the participating countries, I would really like to hear from you. Please post on the chat if there is something that you would want to know. I'll try my best to provide you the information from here. We have, as I call out the country, it'll be great to see if any of you are on the live stream already. You can do a wave of your hand. You can give a quick shout out. You can let us know the message that you have for your athletes. So we have representation from Argentina. We have a good from Argentina. We have 4 men who are participating. We have Australia. We have an athlete from Azerbaijan, from Belgium, from Brazil. We have Gabriel from Brazil, also from Canada, Croatia, Czech Republic, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, from Hong Kong, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Japan, Jordan, Lithuania is also represented. We have Malaysia, Mexico. And for the first time we have Nepal joining in. We have a few athletes from Nepal, from Netherlands. From Norway, from Poland, from Spain. We also have some masters athletes coming from Spain, Slovenia, Sweden, Switzerland, from Thailand. A big contingent is also coming from UK. We have athletes who are coming from Ukraine as well, and from the United States of America. So it's a very well represented competition. Of course, the defending champions who we have to watch out for are Haruku Okayama, who was a winner from last time. He's here. Junpei Yamaguchi was also the first runner-up. You saw the 3 Japanese who were who were the first to cross the start line. So they are what you are seeing on your screens right now is all the country team tents. This is where the support crew will need to hand out all the nutrition and the hydration to their athletes. There are very strict rules in terms of not handing out nutrition from anywhere else in the course, so it's got to be very specifically at the tent. So there was a small delay at the start. There was about a 15-minute delay at the start of the championship, and the delay was because of the sunrise. We had a slightly later than anticipated sunrise. It was still a little. It was still not too bright to be considered safe to start, and therefore the race director decided to wait for about 15 minutes before we could start. And at the start, it was great to see the usual suspects, the defending world champions Haruku Yokohama, Yamaguchi really take off and set the pace for this championship. We also have from the women's category, we have the last year's winner, Florian Hort, who was the winner for from France, and Catriona Jennings, who was the second runner-up from Ireland. Both of them are in the championship as well. It's a wonderful event with a lot of energy and vibe. It builds on India's growing running legacy in ultra running. I myself, your host for the day, is Manoj Bhatt, also an ultra runner myself, having been in the Indian team representing India in the Asia Oceania Championship in 2019. And I've been a passionate runner in these areas for the last within India and abroad for the last 20 years. India's foray into ultra running probably started in 2007, where we had the first Bangalore ultra marathon, including a 100-kilometer category in an area not too far from here. So it's great to see the World Championship come to India. Yeah, you can see the crew having some fun there. Wait until the race really starts and then you can really see how busy they'll get with all their runners. That's the Czech Republic team. We have 4 runners, that the supporting. You can see a whole lot of a little bit of it gives you a little bit of a sneak peek into what goes into those tents. This is one of those pretty highly organized tent at the start. The athletes individually have their nutrition and their hydration that is pre-planned. There's a whole lot that goes into understanding what the individual athletes can use for their nutrition. Each human body is designed differently, so it's really important to kind of figure out what works best for you as an individual athlete. You can see all the team tents going out there. That is the Indian tent, the local tent. The cameraman spending some time to showcase it looks pretty neat and organized. Back in the days when I was participating, we had suitcases, full of nutrition, which was, which didn't look as fancy as it looks now, though. But yeah, like I was saying, it's that's the Italian tent. It's important to kind of for each of the athlete to figure out what is the nutrition that works for them. The most popular ones are, of course, gels. These are gooey, pasty, carbohydrate, high, rich nutrition. Remember, the athletes are burning, over 400 calories an hour, and maybe even more than that. If definitely around the 500 maybe calories per hour. So it's really important to replenish some amount of that in terms of what you can have as a nutrition. It's very difficult, of course, to replenish all of that. There is some part of it that goes in. We'll come back to the nutrition and hydration. The Japanese, as we switch to the other cameras, the Japanese are rounding the corner here. They are just passing the team tents now. You can see the Japanese runners. They're passing the team tents. A quick swig of water, it looks like. So three out of the 4 top runners in the lead pack are the Japanese. And the French. We have Hariku Yokohama, who is in the lead pack. He is the defending champion. He's the 4th runner that you can see on your screen right now. Beautiful visuals coming in from the campus out here, of course, through the drone. Great visuals from the of all the greenery that is around. You can see the first Indian runner as well past the timing mat now. Whipple is leading the Indian challenge on this one. France, Sweden, UK, USA. This is the first loop, or the first regular loop. The runners are going to be doing about 20 of this. They have already finished that small mini loop of 2.8 kilometers. This is the 4.8 that they have, 2.6 kilometers. And this is the 4.8 kilometer loop that they are now on. On your screen right now, Amar Singh from India passing the timing mat. I've been lucky enough to follow Amar's training for the last 3 months as he was getting ready for this partnership. The championship. We can certainly talk about that as we go along. That's 30 minutes now on the clock. The runners have done about 7 kilometers by now. They're setting a blazing pace. Most of the runners will be going upwards of about 15 kilometers an hour for this one. So while the runners make their way back to the start-finish line, and you can see that's Velu, who is from India, who's now crossing the line. We can we can probably talk a little more about the nutrition that that we started speaking about a while back. So there are very strict regulations from the IOC, from the LOC, from the IAU in terms of how the support team should conduct themselves. This is the lead pack, as you can see, the women's pack who's now crossing the start line. We do have Florian Hort from France, who was the winner and the defending champion, and also Catriona Jennings from Ireland. Both of them competing here. The women are also setting a very quick pace. The conditions are near perfect for running. Bangalore has been a little, the winter is really, we would typically see about 15 to 20 degrees in the winters, especially at this time in the morning. The last week has been very overcast and lot of thunder showers in the last week in Bangalore, which has cooled down a lot of temperatures. But the rains have stopped. About a couple of days back, we had no rains yesterday. The skies were clear. There was not a hint of a cloud in the sky. But I'm hoping that we will have some cloud cover, at least for the first half of today, which will give us some good running conditions for the runners. We will know when we approach noon how it's going to pan out. But at this moment, the weather is really excellent for putting in some. That's Jyoti from the Indian team who's just passed the start line. We have some. The weather is looking great at this time, and typically it stays this way till about for the next 2-3 hours, post which the temperatures start to rise slightly. But at this point, the runners looking very comfortable as they're settling into a fine rhythm. Thirty-five minutes on the clock. This, what you can see on your screen right now, the runners passing the start-finish line at 35 minutes. This, it looks very easy as they're settling into their comfort paces. But this is still, a blistering pace for most regular runners. I can promise you that, having been one myself, to be doing a 35-minute 7K is not an easy run by any standards. What's crucial, of course, is how they pace themselves. We will talk about the pacing aspect as well in a bit. It's a flat course that we have out here this morning. little bit about the campus. As I was mentioning, this beautiful lung space in Bangalore is GKVK, is Gandhi Krishi Vidya Vijnana Kendra. Gandhi is, it's named after Mahatma Gandhi, the father of the nation. Krishi Vijnana Kendra translates to agricultural research. So it is a agricultural university. It has a history that goes back nearly 125 years. And it's really, and if you visit the campus, you really can see some of that history in the form of some really massive trees that have lived that long. 1,300 acres of the campus. Most of it is still retained in, from its original state. It supports a wide range of flora and fauna. There are about 600 species of important plants that are in this particular campus. And over 150 species of birds. There are sections of this campus I remember running here since the days of the first Bangalore Ultra Marathon. Way back in 2007, India hosted the first Ultra Marathon in Bangalore. On the screen you can see Dharmendra, also a very prominent runner in the local within India, who was also a participant at that event. Happened at a place called Hesarghatta, not too far from here. And there, like here, I still remember a sultry morning like this, like today. Slightly overcast conditions, a bunch of us aiming for the distances longer than the marathon distance. An ultra marathon really is anything that's longer than a 42.195, which is the marathon distance. So anything longer than that qualifies as an ultra marathon. And that was the start of our journey into ultra marathoning in India. And campuses like these, we have a few of these that we can boast of in Bangalore. Although it's the Silicon Valley of India, we still have some of these lung spaces that really provide the greenery, the ecosystem, and it's well utilized by the amateur running community that has exploded in cities like Bangalore. Community with almost a race happening almost every other week, if not every weekend, in Bangalore. And of course in a whole lot of other cities as well. Many of the tier 2 cities, not just the metropolitan cities of Delhi, which is the capital, and then we have Bombay, Kolkata, Chennai, Bangalore, but the running culture, number of smaller cities as well. Chandigarh, Kochi, Surat, Ahmedabad, whole lot of other cities have also taken this to heart, the running culture, and you can see representation in the Indian team now from almost all parts of the country. Back to the campus again. It's a beautiful campus. We will get to see some glimpses of that on the live stream as we are going through the rest of the race. But it's become fairly bright now. So the lights are perhaps not required. We're still keeping them on for a bit, but it is very, very clear, very visible. No problem with visibility. I think it's going to stay this way, of course, until the race is over. Our sunsets in India are typically, at 6 p.m. So there's nothing for us to be concerned about on that front. On this particular campus, in about 15 years back, things were a little different. There was more vegetation everywhere. I remember running the trails here with a lot of. We had a pebble stretch. We had a bamboo forest area. All of that is how we recognize the campus by. And today, although there is a beautiful 13-kilometer loop that you can do around this 1,300 acres of massive campus, although now it's kind of restricted to about 400 acres of the core campus. But a 13-kilometer loop is something that's possible even to this day. There are many marathoners who train for their marathon who use this as a for the long runs. So if you are in the vicinity, you should certainly look it up and plan your run if you're in this side if you're here. I can see the lead runners now cross round the corner as they are running towards the start line. 45 minutes on the clock. The lead pack stays intact. We can still see the 4 runners. There is 3 Japanese and 1 French runner in the pack. In a bit from now, I will give you the list of the lead runners.
Even a chair. No, that is.
ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್. ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ ಸರಿ ಸರಿ ಸರ್. ಮಾಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ? ಹಾಂ ನೋಡಿ. ಹಾಂ ಸಾಕಿರಲ್ಲ. ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ.
Provisional leaderboard. First lap, which is 2.69 kilometers, that is called the start lap. It's just the start lap. And then we have laps of 4.8 kilometers, which are going to go from numbering 1 to 20. So we finished 2 laps now, and that's what you would see in the results as they're being telecast live. The first lap is called the start lap, just to make this clear for all the viewers who are following this online. The first lap, the 2.6 kilometer, the initial lap is called the start lap, and then we go lap 1 to 20 for the remaining distance, which is each one of those being 4.8 kilometers each. So at the end of lap 2, which is one lap of 2.69 and 2 laps of 4.8, we have Ruel who's leading, who was in the lead pack, along with the winner and the runner-up from last year, Junpei Yamaguchi and Hariku Yokoyama. Also along with that pack, we saw another Japanese runner, Tomaya Watanabe. So we have bib number 239, who's from France. Ruel, who passed that, who finished the 2 laps in 44 minutes and 16 seconds. And right behind him were the 3 Japanese runners, Junpei Yamaguchi, Tomoya Watanabe, and from the Indian contingent we have Vipul Kumar, who had finished the first lap in 27 minutes 38 seconds for the first lap. Following him were bib number 275, Dariusz from Poland. We have in 7th place was Toru Somiya, Charles Lawrence from the United States, and from Sweden we had Oli in the 9th place. Rounding up the leaderboard was Kerbouch from France, bib number 236. That's how the men's leaderboard looks like. It's mind-boggling that they're clocking well over 15 kilometers per hour and looking so comfortable as they're doing this in these early hours of this race. You can see the Australian women now pass the timing mat. 1 hour on the clock. 1 hour on the clock. 12 and a half. .42 kilometers done so far by these amazing athletes. You can see some long shadows as the sun is creeping up from behind the trees. I don't see too much of a cloud cover as well. Looks like it's going to be a pretty warm day here. Not the greatest news for some of the European and the American athletes who have used to slightly easier conditions, like cooler conditions. I can see now the lead pack getting round the corner as they are coming towards the start finish line. So they are now passing 17.2 kilometers. The lead pack has just passed the start line. 17.2 kilometers in an hour and 2 minutes. They're really setting this course on a very, very fast pace. Close to 17 kilometers per hour in the first 1 hour. It's only anybody's guess now how quickly they'll be able to wrap this up if they were to keep this pace. And just a reminder, the world record for the 100K running is 6 hours, 5 minutes and 35 seconds. That was set by Alexander Sorokin of Lithuania in 2023. He had beaten the previous record of 6:09 that was set by Japanese at that point. The women's world record stands at 6 hours 33 minutes and 11 seconds, set by Japanese Tomo Abe way back in 2000. Alexander Sorokin, of course, is the legend now in ultra running, having set numerous records in the 24-hour and the 48-hour category. The record, of course, has progressed over the years. About 25 years back, it stood at about 6 hours and 13 minutes. On the screen now we can see Vipul Kumar from India along with the Japanese runners crossing the timing mat. A great pace for the young Indian athlete, finishing 17.4 kilometers in 1 hour and 5 minutes. The pace is really top class, very, very elite level at this point. Of course, the world record was set in 2023 for the male in the male category, and the current female world record has stood for about 24 years. That's really a record by itself. Set by the Japanese Tome Abe in 6 hours 33 minutes and 11 seconds way back in 2000. So we had a beautiful opening ceremony last evening. As you can see, some of the really competitive athletes now also crossing the start-finish line. Again, having completed 17.4 kilometers, still doing it at nearly 4 minutes per kilometer pace. Looking very easy as they're crossing that, as they're crossing the timing mat. You can already see the Norwegian runners trying to keep their body cool by pouring some water on their heads. The lights are still on, but there is the sun that is really starting to come through the trees. The Indian runner Velu now crossing the start-finish line in what seems to be a very steady pace at this point. It's too early in the race for doing anything drastic. Most of the athletes have a very well designed race strategy that they have sat and spoken through with their coaches based on their training, just so that they're able to pace themselves well on this for this particular race. We have seen the lead runners running at about 17 kilometers per hour. We should be expecting to see them in the next 5 minutes. Slightly difficult conditions for athletes who are not used to running in the heat. So just to give you a glimpse of Rowell. Rowell is he's in the lead. The French runner who was who we saw pass the start line sometime back in the lead pack. Rowell sometimes peaks at about 270 kilometers per week of running. 270 kilometers per week, running 3 times a day. training at paces that we saw him so comfortably passing the start finish line. In over 17 kilometers per hour, at over 17 kilometers per hour pace, he's really setting this trail ablaze. And why not? When you have 270 kilometers 270 kilometers per week, running 3 times a day, training, putting all the mileage. I mean, let's just put that in perspective. That's really nearly doing a marathon every single day. You need to be averaging at about 40 kilometers per week if you were to do 40 kilometers per day. If you were to do that kind of mileage. Huge volumes in training have now again come back into elite training programs. There used to be a time when the quality of the runs were considered more important than the quantity. But we are back in the stage now where we are looking at the quantity of the runs. Of course, at the paces that Roel runs, it would probably take less time than what you and I would do for that particular distance per week. If I were to do it, I'd probably take 30 hours a week. But of course, at his pace, he'll probably take half of that. He holds the current European record of 6 hours and 13 minutes for the 100K. So he is used to these kind of paces and conditions. So we should certainly be seeing a lot of him as he's going to lead the race, as he's leading the race from the start, and he'll be able to keep that particular tempo going on. His marathon times read 2 hours and 20 minutes. Very elitist. But of course, Ruel's 6 hours 13 minutes, the European record is something that he will be more proud about. So the individual federations from each of the countries conduct their own selection for the World Championship. The So the International Association of Ultra Runners is as we can see, the Japanese runners now crossing the start finish line. At the end of this loop, they would be doing about 22 kilometers, 22.15 kilometers. You can see the lead runners now passing the start finish line in 1 hour 20 minutes for 22 kilometers. 1 hour 20 minutes for 22.15 kilometers. So they move on into their sixth lap, at the end of which they would have next time we see them, they would have finished their 27 kilometers. So the International Association of Ultra Runners is the governing body for ultra running. Ultra running itself, as I was mentioning earlier, is any race that is over 42.2 kilometers. The most popular ones being the 50 kilometers, the 50 miler, the 100 kilometers, the 100 milers. Also, you do have a whole lot of time-based events. So there is a 24-hour World Championship. There is a 48-hour World Championship. Ultra marathons that happen for 6 days is also a very popular category. And then, everything and anything in between. So the 100-kilometer World Championship started as a pretty popular category in ultra running way back in 1987. So it's really stood the test of time, bringing together world-class athletes under the International Association of Ultra Running. So there are, and the continental championships that the IAU organizes. What you are seeing today following live is the World Championship. The IAU conducts 50-kilometer World Championships, 100 kilometers, 24-hour World Championships, and also the Trail World Championship. The trail runs can be, the distances vary depending upon the trail, of course, but they go anywhere between shorter trails, which are about 30 kilometers, to longer ones, close to about 80 kilometers. So the 100K is the flagship, is one of the flagship events of the IAU. The valid record that holds today is Alexander Sorokin, who has run this race in 6 hours 5 minutes, and Tome Abe, who holds the women's record in 6 hours and 33 minutes, a record that has stood for 24 years now. Like most of these races, today's race is also conducted over a course of 5 kilometers, about 5 kilometers, and they need to do 20 laps of 5 kilometers in order to complete the 100-kilometer distance. Due to the nature of the loop in this beautiful campus that we are conducting this event here in Bengaluru, India, the loop only allowed us 4.8 kilometers per loop, per lap, and therefore there was a first start lap of 2.69 kilometers, followed by 20 laps of 4.8 kilometers each. For those of you from different time zones who are following the live stream, I just want to remind you that we started the event about 15 minutes late, and it was done keeping in mind the safety of the athletes, as it was still a twilight. It was just about getting bright, so the race directors decided to start the race a tad slower. We of course had the lead pack with the Japanese runners and Ruel, who crossed the timing mat a while back, having finished 22.15 kilometers in 1 hour and 20 minutes. These amazing conditions this morning. It's nice and cool, but at that pace you really can expect the body to be significantly warming up already. So this is 2.1. We should be seeing the lead pack in some time. They have already about 12 minutes into this lap, the current lap, which is the lap number 6. I'm seated right behind the start finish line, itching to do my run. And I can see the runners as they come through their support tents. The 39 countries that are the 29 countries that are participating, each one of them have their own support tents. with their crew in each of the tents. As the runners cross round the corner, they pick up the nutrition, the hydration, all of that pre-planned, designed. Some of them really designed for what each runner needs. And these, of course, are handed out by the crew. It is also training in the sauna is one that athletes do. There are other techniques that are popular as well. One other technique is running with multiple layers on, to just get the body adapted to the warmer conditions. Support on the head. It allows for all of these to be handed out by the crew to the athletes once every 20 to 25 minutes, which is about the time that the athletes do take for each lap. Along with some of the extreme training that these athletes do, which is either running in a sauna to replicate the hot conditions, or running with multiple layers on. Some of the athletes also manage to move to geographies in order to move to different countries in order to make that happen. And just to give you a glimpse of some of the unbelievable sacrifices that the athletes do in order to train for these events. We have Gabriel, who is running today. Gabriel is from Brazil. If you want to follow him, he is number 207 in the bib. Gabriel has a personal best for 100k, 6 hour 41 minute time for the 100k. He looks every inch the mean machine that he is, with numerous tattoos. All over his body. The sacrifice really, the ones that I was talking about is, Gabriel is based out of Brazil, but he's moved his training to Berlin to make sure that he has more access to the various events, and he can train better. Gabriel, I was lucky enough to talk to his twin brother, who is crewing him today, and I was told that he spent the last 2 months training in Kenya just before this event, running nearly 250 to 300 kilometers per week. 300 kilometers per week. Let that number sink in for many of you who are listening. The daily mileage of about 40 to 50 kilometers per day sounds like most people's weekly mileage. Of course, at paces that can take them over a marathon distance in less than 2.5 hours. Gabriel started, we are talking about the Brazilian tattoo artist who started running 100 Ks about 2 years back. His first run was in Netherlands. He surprised the running community with a PB of 6 hours and 45 minutes in running under his country's flag in Sweden. He started running like most runners, doing a 10 kilometer about 15 years back, way back in 2010. For those of you who are just starting to do your 10 kilometer runs, this is truly aspirational. Maybe in 15 years time you can be a Gabriel. And then he managed to scale quickly up. His next race was a 60 kilometer run. Would you believe that? And of course he was fast enough to get him the podium finish there. He stopped running for 5 years and then took back to ultra running very seriously. Today he's really inspiring all of the Brazilians to take up the sport with a personal best time of 6 hours and 45 minutes. Running with his coached by Marcos Pau for many years now. He balances he's a professional artist and manages a family, and his family life balances all of that along with running close to 30 to 45 kilometers per day. It's unbelievable the amount of sacrifices, the amount of hard work that gets into these races. You can see the runners as they're crossing the start line. What they have done, they have picked up their various accessories from their support tents. Some of them are putting them on, getting themselves mentally prepared for the upcoming laps. The leaders have completed 6 laps now. We are getting close to the 2-hour mark. So the lead pack crossed lap 5, which is 27 kilometers in 1 hour and 36 minutes. On an average, they're taking about 18 minutes per lap. We should be seeing them cross the start finish line in the next minute or two. These amazing athletes are usually spot on in terms of their pacing. They are settling down into about 18 minutes for every 5k. So right now, they have completed 27 kilometers. Yes, on your screens you can see the Japanese runners go through as they're hitting their lap buttons when they're doing it. About a minute slower on this lap, as you can imagine, maybe due to they have been keeping this pace now for the last close to 2 hours. 27 minutes on the clock, 27 kilometers in about 2 hours now. It's blistering pace. But it's quite amazing to see them do it. There is the open category as well. Gino taking part in the open category, now crossing the start finish line, having done his 22 kilometers in 2 hours. Most of the runners tend to keep very steady paces. Some of the slower runners slugging it out. The first 2 kilometers are probably the best 2 kilometers sorry, the first 2 hours are probably the best 2 hours for this race, given that there would be, you would start to see the temperatures move up a bit as the day goes by. On the women's side, we do have the Australian runners doing very well. As a team, they seem to be very well placed at this point. However, we have Esther, who is the Hungarian, at the end of 5 laps, who just passed the start finish line. She's done 5 laps, which is about 27 kilometers in 1 hour and 51 minutes. For those of you who are kind of translating this into your half marathon paces, this is a sub 125 half marathon. From the first Hungarian female runner, in the runner-up, was just about less than a minute behind her was Sarah Webster, who's from Great Britain. She completed the 5th lap, which was 27 kilometers in 1 hour and 52 minutes. You can see Vipul from India just crossing the start finish line. 31.8 kilometers for him in 2 hours and 1 minute. He is sticking to his target pace of about 4 minutes per kilometer. Almost clockwork precision there from the Indian. Although I could see some hint of a muzzle pull. I hope it's nothing serious. The Indian record for the 100 kilometer races themselves have become popular in the last few years. The current Indian record stands at 7 hours 4 minutes and 52 seconds for the men, that was set at the World Championship, at the previous World Championship, the IAU previous World Championship in August 2022. Vipul, of course, is also leading the Indian challenge here today, and he's really sticking to his pace. The Indian athletes have all trained. Many of them have shifted their location to Bangalore for the last couple of months, just so they can get used to the conditions better. They have been putting in excess of 200 kilometers per week in training under their coach Santosh Padmanabhan, who's really taken on the the coaching responsibilities to ensure that our athletes are in a good position to break the 7-hour barrier. I'm just trying to get some love from all you guys who are following it online. Just starting to look at the chat. Teng Sang says, "Where is Team India?" Team India is of course on the course. We are following them as we go. I can see on the chat that most of you are curious about the results. There is a link to the live results. Let me get you an update on what's going on there. In the meantime, I can see Sebastian racing, and I can see a lot of support for Ruel on the chat. We are also kind of tracking all of that. Each lap, for some of you who are asking what's the lap count like, I'll just reiterate that. So there is each lap is 4.8 kilometers. The runners have to do 20 of these laps in order to complete the distance. However, in order to make sure that they do the 100 kilometers, as you can see, they have to complete they have to do a initial lap. They had to do an initial lap of 2.7 kilometers, which means that after the first start lap, as it is called, the runners have completed 2.7 kilometers. Lap 2 is 7.5, lap 3 12.4, lap 4 17.2, lap 5 22 kilometers, lap 6 27, lap 7 31, which is about where we are right now. I will give you an update about the live results in just a minute. So the way for you to get to the live results is to visit the IAU Championships website. So if you log into iau-ultramarathon.org, you will be able to see a page there that is specific for the championship. Easiest to do is to search for the live results and live stream for IAU 100 kilometer World Championship. There are multiple links that are given. The link that you need to go into for the live result is racetechresults.com. When you click on that, you do see the results as they're being updated. Yeah, I just did a quick confirmation. I got a quick confirmation from the timing tent that the results are live and available for all of you to check at racetechresults.com. RACETECRESULTS.com. If you go there, you can look for IAU 100K World Championships. you can see the results, the individual results, the team results, and the leaderboard. Just make sure that your page size displays an appropriate number. As of now, we do have the leaders who just crossed the start finish line. In 2 hours and 11 minutes, we had Junpei Yamaguchi, Haruki Okayama, who just finished their lap 7, which is 31.8 kilometers in 2 hours and 11 minutes. We should be also seeing Ruel, who is just about a minute behind. We should be seeing him cross the line soon. And also Tomoya Watanabe, who was in the 4th place. The Indian challenge is of course headed by Vipul, who had finished his 6th lap, which is 27 kilometers. We just saw him a while back, just as the clock was getting to 2 hours. On the women's leaderboard, we have Mihu Mataka from Japan, who had finished 6 laps, just finished 6 laps in 2 hours and 11 minutes. We have Esther, who's the we have Florian Hott, who had also finished in her lap 5 in 1 hour and 52 minutes. For all of you who are, trying to get a sense of the lap timings, let me just restate that again. Yeah, I do understand that it is a little confusing given what we are, because of the rounding off. We wanted to ensure that we get a good lap, as close to 5 kilometers as possible, but we only managed to get about 4.8. So here is how this reads, right? So there is a start lap. So on the timing, there is a start lap, and then there are those 20 laps. So the the organizing committee decided to have 20 as the lap count and not 21. Therefore, you had a start lap of 2.69 kilometers. So when the timing reads 2 kilometers, when the timing says start lap done, it means that they've done their 2.69. Then you had 7.5 lap 1, 12.4 lap 2, 17.2 lap 3, 22.15 lap 4, lap 5, 27.02, which is probably what most runners have completed by now. 27 kilometers for lap 5 at the end of lap 5. End of lap 6 is 31.8. Remember, each of these laps now are 4.8 kilometers. Lap 7 is 36.75, 41.6, a little shy of the marathon distance for lap 8. Lap 9 is 46.48. Lap 10 is 51.34. Remember, lap 10, if you thought that it is 50 kilometers, you're mistaken because of that additional start lap that we had. So 51.34 for lap 10, and so on. 56.21. Lap 12 is 61.07. Lap 13 is 65.94, and so on. So you can, from there, I'm sure you can do the math to kind of get to about lap 17 is 85.4, and so on. At the end of lap, just trying to see if I can get you a round figure to look out for all of those who are following this on miles. Lap 13 is 61 kilometers. Lap 12 is 61 kilometers. Or 50 miles is lap 16. Lap 16 is 80.5 kilometers, close to 50 miles. So that's your lap counts. Yeah, so Joel, I hope this has clarified your question somewhat. Yeah, thanks for writing that down for me, Joel. That's really useful what you put out there. I think the best way to look for the results is to I have just also shared the link to the live results. It's also now pinned onto that message board for you to take a look at. Appreciate all of you joining in early hours on your Saturday morning. It is it's still beautiful, good conditions to run here. I'm hoping to get more conversation going on the chat if we can. Now that we have hopefully put your results anxiety to rest. I have been on the other side. I have been on both sides of this of the results, and I know how eagerly we keep waiting for some of these refresh to happen. It's unbelievable. It's a great sport to follow as well. I hope it gets more popular. It's simply amazing how machine-like our expectations tend to get, right? I mean, it's as much clockwork precision as the athletes are putting in here. We simply cannot wait to see those results on the leaderboard as we are following our favorite athletes. I'm very happy that we have some of the best timing teams, organizing teams from India to showcase this event to the rest of the world. NEB Sports is one of the primary, is the organizing team here, and NEB has done a miracle as far as running is concerned here. They've really taken running to ultra running, marathons, shorter distances, and trying to get as many as the 1.5 billion people to start their running journey. We spoke a little while back about Gabriel. He just passed the cross. He just crossed the start line. As you can see, he's from Brazil, and it's difficult to miss Gabriel with his tattooed body as he passes the start line. It's amazing how runners are doing as much as they can. I am sitting in a place that doesn't have too much of a shade, so I can really experience the heat. The intensity has slowly started to turn up. I can tell you that. The sun has now come out of its tree cover. The course itself it's got maybe about 50% of a cover, not too much. Once the sun comes up overhead, I'm expecting things to get in the hot zone after about a couple of hours. Currently, we are looking at about. I think it is going to stay in the 20s as per the forecast. But the afternoon sun, the intensity feels a lot more than what some of the international athletes are used to. Definitely. So for all of you who are still trying to figure out the race result website, you can click on the link. There is a tab there that calls out, that says leaderboard. So you can click on the leaderboard. Make sure that it displays more than a few athletes. I think the default is for displaying 10 athletes. You can move it up, and you can follow the leaderboard. This, of course, is available both for the men and the women. And You can also add your favorite athletes and follow them separately. There's plenty of options there. As the athletes are navigating this 4.8 kilometer lap, I believe you can do some navigating the results webpage. What countries do we have participation from? Do we know? I can see Hong Kong already come up. Hong Kong's first, at least on the chat window. Do we have folks from Japan? It'll be great if you can show some love by putting down the name of your country on the chat window. I have myself have reasonably long running career myself. Thanks Andy for all the mathematics. I'm just checking if this is yeah, it looks like you got that right. Super, thank you. Awesome. From Texas. In about 20 years of my running, I've run in most parts of the world. Not most, many parts of the world. Texas is also somewhere. I have done a 60-kilometer run once. Beautiful trails you have out there. My name is Manoj Bhatt. A short 30-second introduction to myself. I've been running for the last 20 years. Name is Manoj Bhatt. I had the honor and the privilege to represent India in 24-hour Asia Oceania Championship way back in 2019. I have a personal best of 202 kilometers for in the 24 hours. Quite pedestrian compared to what these runners are capable of doing out here, I would say. But yeah, so my contribution to the event today is to engage some of you as we are going through these initial hours. As we have Saurav from India across the start-finish line, 2 hours 32 minutes for him on the clock. He should be at on lap 6, I would reckon. Thank you, Rahul. Thanks for following. Way to go, India. Let's break some records. So I'm from Bangalore, very local to these conditions, to this beautiful lung space. A little while ago, I was explaining about the campus itself. Today we are in the middle of this amazing university campus. This is an agricultural university, and the beauty of this place is, as you run here through the seasons of the year, you'll suddenly see, a whole lot of vegetation. You'll be running on this patch of on this long road where you probably had only fields on one side, as you're running a couple of months back, and suddenly you will see that whole place come alive with sunflowers or with paddy or just cattle fodder, right? And then in the next couple of months, if that's what you expected on your long run, surprise, it's completely barren again. So it's amazing how some of this topography of this place also has changed. I've had the pleasure of running here for the last maybe 15, 18 years. This used to be one of our training grounds as the first as the first Indian ultra marathon started way back in 2007. One of our veteran runners, veteran not because of his age but because of the amount of time he's spent on ultra running, Binay Shah, just passing the start finish line there. He's keeping a very steady poise. So the campus is about 500 acres. Just off the road that goes to the airport, and provides that that lung space to to some of us in Bangalore. It's a agricultural campus, so there's a lot of there is a lot of there are a lot of students. It's got a very vibrant energy and a feel to it. But more importantly, I think there are trees out here that have spent more than the 100+ years on this campus. It also is home to a lot of biodiversity, more than about 150 species of birds, and also attracts a lot of photographers. Very nice location for hosting an event like this, where we want to showcase the best of Bangalore and India to the world. Of course, the 100-kilometer championships is something that will not lend us to showcase our trails, the amazing trails that we have up north in the Himalayas, or in the Western Ghats in the Indian subcontinent. But of course, we definitely need a loop of about 5 kilometers, which is quite typical of these races, and also something that's more flattish, that can help runners achieve their personal bests, their national and the world records. So that's really the intention. Yeah, Gabriel was really looking strong, the Brazilian guy. For some of you who are trying to inquire after him, you should be able to find number 207. He's number 207 on the bib number is 207. So if you want to add him as one of your favorites to track. And also for those of you who want to kind of know who I am, my Instagram handle is ultrabutt. Ultra, we all know the ultra, ULTRA. Butt is my last name, BHAT. So ultrabutt is my Instagram handle for those of you who want to follow me there. Lot of good lot of participation coming in now from Texas. What's that, like in the middle of the night there or what? But it's amazing, you guys waking up at all kinds of odd hours to support your favorite athletes. Who is it from Texas that you're? Is there a specific runner that you're following from Texas? So I had, like I said, I balance a professional career as well, and wherever the my work takes me. I carry my running shoes like most other runners. I ran the Pedernales Falls 60K trail in Texas. For any of you who are familiar with that, it was a part of the Captain Carl's Trail series. This was about 8 years back. It was a 60-kilometer ultra, but it was probably the best that I have. It was a great trail run. It started at 7 p.m. or so, if I can remember it. It was a little bit of a lot of running in the night on that one, but it was so beautiful. It was so unbelievably beautiful. I got to run and with a dear friend of mine, and friends that I made during the trails, of course. It's quite beautiful. I had the privilege of speaking to at length about ultra running to a friend called Doug. Doug Long was his name, and he was unbelievable. He was a 200 miler himself and a very competitive athlete, and we got to do a lot of talking on that. It was a very cherished memories from that run. Amazing. Thanks, and we are sending some good vibes to Ryan as well. 15 places is simply unbelievable. The Texans are probably used to the conditions a little more than the rest of the USA, I'm sure. I've experienced this kind of heat in White Rock, was it? The park that you have, where I could see runners during my stay there from all at any time of the day. I can't remember. Was it White Rock or Black Rock? Those parks. But yeah, I mean, this right now, the place where I am sitting and speaking to you, I get a good amount of the sun. I'm getting my dose of vitamin D for the day. Thankfully, sitting in a chair and not having to do the running like these athletes are doing. But I can tell you this, that it is getting warm. I can see some shades of the Texan heat. It's already slowly starting to warm these places up. It's quite of a little bit of a jinx, I would say. Whenever it's beautiful weather-wise, like a week before an event, and it'll immediately get better like the next day after the event. But on the day of the event, for some weird reason, we always have the sun who will come in attendance, with in all its blazing glory. Today is just one of those, it looks like. Murphy's Law of ultra running. Let's call it the Murphy's Law of ultra running. But it's beautiful, having done many 24-hour runs myself. Not as competitive, perhaps, as some of these athletes here, but I can vouch for the fact that 100K is a much more inclusive, in a sense, not inclusive, but it's a more pardoning kind of a distance. It allows you to make some mistakes. It allows you to keep some, steady pace without having to kill yourself. I know, it's a lot, whether you're doing this in 6 hours something or 10 hours something. It's still very brutal for many people out there. but for some of the longer distance guys, you know, we were having a conversation yesterday about how Sorokin is not challenged himself much. Alexander Sorokin, the current 100K record holder, is not challenging himself much on the 100K distance. I believe for someone who does the 24 hours, 100K is probably, you know, it's easier to kind of digest that kind of mileage. But of course, surely not at the paces that these champions are looping it here. They're still going at, you know, the first 2 laps they were nearly at about 17 kilometers per hour. It's like insane. I mean, that's like unbelievable. But I think that's pretty wise from a pacing strategy, because it was cooler in this morning as the day goes by, as the fatigue levels kind of start to creep up. It is going to get a tad slower, but it's good strategy to kind of load it up, you know, at the start. Superb. Thanks, Delelondons. Thank you for all of that. It's good. It's good to kind of revisit that memory from a long time back. Yes, absolutely right. Texas is perhaps the closest. You know, you know. I've also run quite a bit in the Bay Area, sunny California, as you know, also tends to get not the intensity is not this high. I would say the brightness and the amount of sun that you get is good, but certainly it would feel a little more intense in in India. And Bangalore is, you know, we are sitting in perhaps the best weather-wise, perhaps the best city, weather-wise, air quality-wise, runner-friendly-wise, probably the best city in India for running. Like I said, the first ultra marathon in India happened in Bangalore in 2007. It was called the Bangalore Ultra, and since then, you know, Bangalore has kind of taken over as probably the runners' capital of the country. Although the more popular, you know, Mumbai Marathon is, yeah, and my dear friend Gabriel passing the line again. It's difficult, like I said, to miss his tattoos, as they are all trying to keep up with, with him. Yeah, back to the running scene. The biggest marathon, of course, is the Mumbai Marathon, which has ignited the imagination of a lot of Indians. Has got a lot of people take up the sport. We have the Japanese runners cross there, the start-finish lines, and it's really kind of as some of the other cities have taken over the mantle of bigger marathons. I think Bangalore still holds the most number of runners. We have now plenty of events that happen. You know, like I said earlier, there used to be a handful of events in the past, but now, you know, there's almost one every other weekend, and there's a lot of very structured training. You can see on your screen a very prominent coach, Dharmendra Dilip Kumar, passing the timing mat. He's quit a very promising career as a consultant in one of the top 5, one of the big fours, and then pursued his passion for running. A great story there. He was one of the first few to qualify from India for the Boston Marathon, having spent a few years, made the sacrifice to spend a few years for a few months in training in the US. Ran, I think, the Grandma Marathon there, and qualified for Boston. Came back and really shares all of his experience as a coach now for the last for well over a decade. Has been coaching a lot of promising marathoners. So that and he is participating in the open category, which is also seeing a lot of participation. How's it going? 4:30 a.m. in Spain. Time to go. Time to head out for your long run. David? Maybe not today. I saw some amazing, a couple of masters participants from Spain. I don't know their names. I think I'll try and look for them. Unbelievable commitment to running. Just the two of them, sitting in the back yesterday at one of the back benchers at the opening ceremony. Doing their pictures and making sure that they were eating well and hydrating. But great commitment from the Spanish athletes. Aussie. I was at doing a holiday at in Australia last year, last Australian summer. Managed to do a few runs there as well. As you can imagine, no holiday is complete without a run. And I picked up a half marathon near Melbourne. This was it's quite a popular one. I think I can't remember exactly, but I'll get that. It was also pretty beautiful. There's a nice course that winded along a river and pretty flat, as you can imagine, on the bank of the river, and a good half marathon in about an hour and 30 something. It was a great run. Totally enjoyed that. Australia also is beautiful. It's got a great mix of the urban and it's a good balance of the urban and the trails and the parks, and beautiful, quite beautiful. Just loved the vibe. Although Mario, I'm not sure how the family takes it. Sometimes they take it in the right spirit. Sometimes like it's kind of overwhelming. I also have to add that today is my son's birthday. So as he's waking up, I had to kind of convince him that there is a world championship happening, and Dad is going to be, I was actually making an excuse to be here and enjoy this a bit, but Dad is going to be doing the talking on the live stream. So talk about those small sacrifices that we all have to do to keep this unbelievable sport so close to our hearts, I mean, I just can't even get started on the dedication, the commitment, and the fun that running in general brings to all of our lives. It's I think on that front it's really universal. It breaks the geographical boundaries. I used to be also a part of a group called the Hash House Harriers, which has these fun runs. History goes back all the way to the World War II times, when British soldiers, in all the parts of the world, wherever they're posted, they ran short trail runs and finished off with some singing and some beer. And the Hash has given me a family outside of Bangalore, India, wherever I have traveled. It's amazing how easy it is to bond to fellow runners, no matter where they are from, or what backgrounds they have. I think the fun, the sweat, the suffering, the joy, the bliss when you finish that run that you signed up for, that you trained so hard, I think that is the universal language that we runners speak. Thanks, Chandler, for the birthday wishes. I'll surely pass them on. So much love. I think in the middle of all of that, we had 2 runners from Ukraine. I'm not political, and I don't intend to be on this. Certainly not on this stream. But 2 runners from Ukraine were there on stage. They are participating here in the event today. They got like an amazing, applause when they made the stage. So it kind of has this ability to unite, for sure, and that's. I hope that message really goes across the rest of the world. There are more runners who kind of unite, not just for running, but also for other causes. There is plenty that we do in terms of running for a cause. There's so many of us who take up causes that we want to kind of support and spread awareness through our runs. There is definitely much more we can do. So kudos to all of you, and sending in a lot of positive vibes, lot of good mornings and good afternoons and good evenings to wherever you are, in whichever part of the world. If you're just waking up, there is we are underway, well underway on the 100K championship. The results are also up, and you can see the leaderboard on the website. The link to the website is pinned to this particular chat window, so you just find your way there, navigate to that, and you'll be able to kind of see the leaderboard. Right now on the female leaderboard, we do have Sarah Webster, who's completed 8 laps, which is 41.6 kilometers. So for those of you who are just more marathon distance friendly, this is about 26 miles, maybe a little less than that, but maybe half a mile less. But lap 8 is the 48 kilometer. Sorry, 41.6 kilometers, and that the women's leader has Sarah Webster from UK. She's done that in 2 hours and 52 minutes. So that's a sub 3 marathon pace. Followed very closely, less than a minute behind, by Florian Hott, who is the defending champion here for the 100k World Championship, and she is at 2 hours and 53 minutes for the same 41.6 kilometer distance. Followed again, as you can suspect, by the Japanese, very close on her heels, Miho Mataka, who was until a couple of laps back was leading the pack. Now she's fallen back a bit. In 4th place is Catriona Jennings, who was the runner-up last year, and she is on 4th place. Just a shy under 3 hours for the 8 laps, 41.6. Just also following up a bit on the men's side, we should be seeing them cross the start finish line in another 5 minutes maybe. But we have the Japanese Junpei Yamaguchi and Haruku Okayama, both of them running almost together, completing 46.4 kilometers in 2 hours and 47 minutes. And Antonio Jesus is about 5-7 minutes behind. We had a little bit of a change in the top lead pack. Ruel has fallen behind. Ruel from France was with the lead pack for about a couple of hours. He has fallen behind, and he has completed his 8 laps, which is about 41 kilometers in 2 hours 38. But he's fallen back below the top 10. From an Indian perspective, we have Vipul, who is in the top 10, who has completed 8 laps. Who had completed 8 laps in 2 hours 38 minutes. Really quite amazing. He's setting the pace for the rest of the Indian contingent. I can hear some sirens blazing in the back end. I think there are a couple of dropouts. Like I said, the conditions are not favorable. The skies have opened up. I can see very little patch of clouds. Just some small patches of clouds here and there, but it's kind of the sun is coming through. It's getting super hot for most of the runners. The trail has some shade, so we can expect, as you can see in the screen, the tree cover providing some kind of shade until maybe for another hour or two. But after that, they got to kind of slug it out the last 2-3 hours. Most of the runners will find that a difficult toll, but yes, so that's the update from here. Yes, big kudos to Japan. I think the Japanese have really inspired Asia and the rest of the world in ultra running. I wouldn't be amiss. I wouldn't be wrong if I really say that they continue to inspire ultra running and running in general, right? Not just ultra running, but running in general. Way back, I remember very distinctly in 2019, I was in Chinese Taipei taking part in my only continental championship under the IAU, and at that point, how is it in Celsius? The temperature must be about 27 degrees Celsius. That's roughly what I can sense. Maybe give a couple of one or two degrees here and there, but that's what it seems like. At least when the sun is out, it feels a lot more intense. Now it's gone behind a cloud, and I can feel that it is somewhat nice. But when the sun comes out, it really becomes quite brutal. Yeah, back to the Japanese. So the 24-hour runs have, like this event, the top 3 finishing from the country add to the leaderboard, right? So the top 3 finishers from every country are added together to give the country score, and the Japanese, interestingly, had sent 3 athletes, to the championship. India had 6, and we got the bronze. The Japanese, with the 3 athletes, got the gold. That's really how confident and how precise the Japanese are. They take a lot of their cultural elements into their running. There's a whole lot of community feeling, a lot of giving back to the society that they take to their running as well. It's really quite beautiful. I also had the privilege of running in Tokyo a couple of years back. There wasn't a real race, but I've done a few training runs just to experience the topography, the demography of Japan. Amazing. Great running culture. Again, most people, being very nice and friendly, and it feels good when there is so much love in a community and a society that we can really, translates into the running that we do. I hope with this event we do pass on some amount of that. We do rub some amount of that love to our all the athletes who have come from more than 30 countries here. I hope they go back with a whole lot of nice stories and memories. So, give me a shout out if you are a runner, if you're a family. On the chat window, you can if you have a running buddy or a mate who is also running the event, use the chat window. Let's make this more participative. You can put some feedback, what you have been hearing from your friends and family. We had a good inaugural program yesterday, and in attendance, of course, was Nadeem Khan, who is the president of IAU, and we had from NEV Sports, we had Nagaraj Liga, a lot of good great amount of participation from and we also had the world masters athlete president on stage. It was good. There was a good discussion. There was a group discussion that we got perspectives from various athletes. So this the India hosting the World Championships is a feather in the cap, of course, for the country's sporting legacy. This, of course, is supported by the Athletic Federation of India, which, amongst many other athletic disciplines, also has the ultra running in as one of its events. Adili Sumeriwala is the president of the Athletic Federation of India, and he's been a great champion and supporter of ultra running. He's also, I think he's if I'm not wrong, he's also the current vice president of the World Athletics, and he's a great champion of the sport. Nadeem Khan, of course, continues to place his trust and faith in India. He is, whether it was getting India's membership into IAU about 8-10 years back, or supporting our athletes as they travel to various parts of the world participating in these events, or bringing the championships to India. Last year, the Asian and Oceania Championship happened at this very venue, bringing a lot of interest in the 100K event that is being conducted. And this year, of course, we are taking it up one notch up by hosting this World Championship in this beautiful campus, the agricultural campus of GKVK, in the heart of in the heart of the city. It's really an honor to be given this opportunity. Of course, none of this is possible without NEB Sports, which has really been organizing this particular event now for the last many years. They bought stadium runs to India. They bought a lot of marathon running, including training runs, and they dole out the freebies, that many of the medals and the T-shirts and what have you, to all the runners for the last many years, maybe well over 10 years now. NEB Sports, the race director is for today is also the head of NEB Sports, Nagaraj Adiga, fondly called as the godfather of running in the Indian running community. He also is currently the IAU Asia Oceania representative for India, and it's really amazing to have a runner who understands the runners, who's crewed many Indian runners in the past. He understands the sport, what it takes to be a runner, and what it takes to be from the support as well. So really fantastic, great to see all of these, all of the support for our runners. Fantastic. Stay cool. Stay cool is really the should be the mantra for the athletes for the next few hours. It's Clement, I believe you have a question, but I can't translate that. If you could put that in English, I probably could help. But yeah, let's go Team USA. They were really enjoying themselves at the opening ceremony. We had a traditional Indian, South Indian dance performance for the entertainment of the athletes. Not quite what you would expect athletes to receive, but we don't miss any opportunity to showcase the song and dance, the famous Bollywood song and dance of India. And why not? There was a very traditional Bharatanatyam dance at the opening ceremony, which kind of probably took their minds away from all the preparation and the pre-race butterflies, all the anxiety. I hope it did. But yeah, so it was a big contingent from US. Very nice to see the participation, especially when there's a full team of runners and all kinds of support. It's really amazing. Doubly so because most of them are doing this at their own cost and putting in the money, the time, the effort to be doing what they what they truly believe in. It's amazing. It's so inspiring. Hey Machindra, you would be able to see the leaderboard on the results website. The results website itself is pinned on the top of this chat window. If you just click on that, there is a leaderboard. You would be able to see that. There were 2 Japanese last I checked, who were leading. I believe it could still be that. I'm just trying to refresh the feed as I speak. But that's the best way for you to follow what's going on. At the end of lap 10, I think this is quite interesting, and the lap counts, of course. Lap 10 is not 50. Lap 10 is not 50 kilometers. Surprise, surprise. We have 51 kilometers. That's a little over the halfway mark, 51.3 kilometers. If you're a runner like me, you would start counting down from there. Right, like, invariably, regardless of the distance that you're doing, you always count down from halfway point. Yeah. So at the end of 10 laps, we have the 2 Japanese who are running very, very strong. 3:04:46. 3:04:46 for 51 kilometers. That's Yamaguchi from Japan, bib number 257 on the leaderboard, followed by Okayama, 3:05:29, just less than a minute behind him. Again 51.34. It's truly amazing the kind of paces that these athletes are putting out there. In third place, we have from Spain, Antonio. From Spain, Antonio is pushing up, and he is not really catching up with the leaders, but he's about 8 minutes behind, and 51 kilometers in 3 hours and 12 minutes. Maybe on track for the European record. Depends upon how the second half pans out. Of course, it's difficult to negative split on this one because of the conditions. In fourth place, we have Ole. We have Ole from the Nordics, right? From Sweden, yeah, from Sweden, who is also very close to Antonio. So that's and rounding up the top 5, we have Charles from USA, Charles Lawrence. Charles Lawrence also is a I believe is a very, very inspiring athlete. I got a glimpse of Charles yesterday, and he's got a good fan following here in India as well. Charles Lawrence. So I was told to look out for Charles Lawrence, Andrews from Poland, and the Polish and another Polish runner, Nojonski, as some of the key runners to watch out for. But Andrews is in the top 5. That's a good news. And if I know some of these runners well, the good ones know how to do their negative split. For all of you who are wondering what the negative split is, it's about running your second half faster than the first. I really expect the race to pick up in the last 12 to 15 kilometers, when the Japanese are going to be challenged by some of these. So let's wait and see how that goes. What do you think, all the supporters from Team USA? Do you think Lawrence got a chance to pull it up into the top 3? Let me know in the chat window. We are certainly rooting for the Indian athletes to get within the top 10. I think it'll be amazing to see that result on the world stage. We are still a very young ultra running nation. The leaders have covered 51 kilometers. Draw to your question, the leaders have covered 10 laps. So just to remind you how this thing played out in the first, in order to make good the rounding of errors, the runner started a start lap, is what it was called. The runner started a start lap which was 2.69 kilometers, and then every lap was 4.8 kilometers. So you would see in the result, when you see a lap 10, it means it is 4.8 kilometers into 10, which is 10 laps of 4.8 kilometers, plus the 2.69, which is what is giving us the 51.34. Okay? Yeah, so So 10 laps is not 55, it is 51.34. I'll give you the next 5 laps, so that you can make a note of it, or someone in the chat can can type it out for us. So the next lap will be 56, which is lap 11 is 56.2 for 56.2. Lap 12 is 61.0. Lap 13 is 65.9. Lap 14 is 70.8. And lap 15 is 75.6. Wow, thanks for sharing that, Colin. It's great to know Jennings, who is the defending. I think she was runners up last year, last time, a couple of years back at the World Championship. To know that she ran for the 2012 London Olympics is an amazing nugget. Unbelievable. It's not an easy thing to graduate. Well, I shouldn't say graduate, because I'm an ultra runner, but it's not easy to go from a marathon distance to an ultra marathon distance. There was someone who was asking me yesterday about if Kipchoge would run the ultra marathon, and I don't think elite marathoners do anything more than the marathon distance. Almost, at least until their active careers for sure, but even after. But I was speaking to a sprinter a couple of days back, and then she was telling me how 400 meters is something of a long distance for a 100k for a 100k runner. For a 100-meter runner. So it's the same thing holds. So it's so difficult to make that switch to ultra running from being a competitive marathoner. That's really amazing to see her. Also within the top 5, if I'm not wrong. I think she was in the leaderboard, just a shy of the leaders. Last I checked. It'll be interesting to see how she kind of copes with this. At Hong Kong, I'm sure she's more used to and familiar with these conditions. Yeah, she is in the top 4. So she is. Katrina Jennings is looking good. Having done 41, a sub 3. A sub 3 are marathon. And then now, of course, continuing her. She's fallen back a bit. I can see she's probably in 8th place right now. Yeah. But some of these, the competitive spirit is something that really truly amazes me beyond any human capability. It really wonders. It really amazes me how athletes, sometimes even myself, it's a little bit of an out-of-body experience, right? How the mind allows completely, things that you would completely, unimaginative kind of performances, right? I mean, it's just a leap of faith that you take when you're trying to push yourself in the last 10 kilometers, in the last 1 hour of a 24 kilometer event, or simply, even in the last couple of miles of your marathon. It's just truly amazing how far we can go, with this gift of a human body that's given to us. It's quite unbelievable. And today we have all of these athletes from about 30 countries who are running here. It's truly phenomenal to witness this. They make it look so easy. So as you're, so Europe must be just waking up. How is we had some big contingents from UK, from Spain, from Poland. How are you guys finding it? Nice. Thanks, Colin. Kokwai say. Great. To be in a world championship in the 10th place. Wow. And to be a runner and to be a marathoner at 2:29. Next, I'll need another lifetime. But it's amazing. It's great. Jai ho, jai ho. Big shout out to all the Indian fans, Indian ultra running fans. This is Manoj Bhatt from Bangalore. Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Vande Mataram. Our Indian guys are doing extremely well as well. All the hard work and training, I should say. I think if there is one metric in ultra running that has really improved significantly in the last few years, I would say it is the amount of the structured training that just goes not just into logging those miles and kilometers, but also into nutrition, into various other aspects of nutrition, hydration, gear, the support, the visibility, the some amount of sponsorship, not enough, but all of that's gone into the Indian ultra running in the last few years. "4 a.m. in the UK. Amazing, Andy. Good morning. The sacrifice that he inspired a whole bunch of us ultra runners. Dan Lawson, he stayed in. I think he lived in India briefly. Helped organize a ultra run in Goa, if I remember right. One for the tough ones. Any reason why there is no African runner? It's a good question. I think for a couple of reasons. One, I think it's a good time to introduce my fellow commentator. If you're getting bored with the monologue, there is Naveen. There is Naveen Tangaya, who's just joined me. Naveen is also a very just how do I introduce Naveen? I think again goes back about 20 years, running all kinds of trails in and around the country. He's run multiple 200-kilometer, around those distances. In the Himalayas, the stadium runs, the multi-day events and so on. So very, very happy to have.
Dust from Manoj most of the times.
That's a good morning joke for all of you who are listening it from Europe. So Naveen, what's your view on why there are fewer African runners in the 100K?
Actually, that's interesting. I think we've had a great. I think all the marathon finishers are all African in origin, and I suppose they would do good in 100. I think part of it is to do with sponsorship and money, and ultra running is not one of the places where a lot of sponsorship exists, and I think it's starting to gain traction, and I think especially as people are completing in 6 hours, this is starting to be something that is more and more interesting. I suppose as soon as there is enough funding, etc., that comes into this, into ultra running, you will see a lot more African participation, and they're incredible runners, correct? So I think that will just blow the track records.
Absolutely. I can second that. I think it is mostly the sponsorships and the money that is there, but truly there is definitely not for the dearth of talent. Right, the Kenyan runners and the Ethiopian runners, I'm sure given the kind of conditions that they're used to, the kind of terrains, they're going to kind of blow the the ultra running scene, if and when they choose to come into the sport, for sure. Yeah. And someone is asking Sumsher, the Binay, I saw him go past. He's doing well. He's looking strong. Sweating a lot, as you can imagine, but his 190 plus cadence is intact. So he's quite smooth. if you want to really look up at the results, I would request you to click on the link that is provided here in the chat window. We have pinned it to the top of the chat window, so you can just click on that link. There you can put you can put the bib number or the name, and you can search your favorite athletes. You can also look at the leaderboard, and then you would be able to kind of track them. Not of course, the timing mat is only going to display as they cover the lap, but that's something that you would be able to see. His bib number is 304 if you want to follow. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, a little bit of a correction there. I think there is plenty of money on comrades.
Yeah.
Right. So we had. I think I was introduced to comrades in 2010. A dear friend of ours, both Naveen and I, he put the money in our hands and said, "Go run it."
Yes.
And we were at least I can talk about myself. I was too scared, perhaps.
Yeah.
I think we were going to sign up for the up run that year, and we kind of backed off. But it still remains as something that I want to knock off from my bucket list, for sure. One of these years. They would definitely prioritize comrades. I think comrades has a lot of participation from the African runners.
Yeah.
If there is one that I have to pick. But there are many more in Africa that I think attracts far more foreigners than the locals, like the ones across the Sahara and
Yes. Martandi
So just another just another shout out to the way to read the timing link that is provided. As you know, the each lap is 4.8 kilometers. I'm going to tell this for the benefit of the people who are just joining in. We have 6,500 people who are there on the chat. A lot of participation. Thank you very much for coming out there, and supporting your runners. I want to kind of just tell you a little bit of a technicality about the lap times and how they are counted. Because each lap is 4.8 something kilometers, all the runners did a first start lap, which was 2.69 kilometers. So the first lap, it is not the first lap, correction. The start lap, as we call it, is 2.69. You'll see this as showing up as a start lap in the timing page as well. And then we go on to lap 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to 20, each lap being 4.8 kilometers more than the previous one. So the first start lap was 2.69, lap 1 was 7.5 kilometers, lap 2 12.5, and so on. Now we have completed, most of the athletes have completed 10 laps, which you would imagine, thanks to all these complicated calculations, is not 50 kilometers. The 10th lap was 51.34 kilometers. If you want to use that as something that you want to increment, you use 51.34 and then increment 4.8 per lap for the remaining laps. So the leaderboard is the 11th lap right now, and you have 50. That translates to the Japanese have completed their 11th lap, which is 56.21 kilometers, and they have done that in an astounding 3 hours and 22 minutes. That's I don't know. When you get to the timing link, make sure if you're looking for the leaderboard, make sure that you click on the leaderboard link, and if you can adjust the page size to read, the maximum 100, so you can get to see all of them. So we have we have this. We have Antonio. For all you Spanish folks out there, Antonio is still looking very strong. Although he's about 8 minutes behind, I think we will see some amount of challenge in the last 10, maybe 15 kilometers. What do you think, Naveen?
Yeah, I think it's just starting to warm up.
Yeah.
And the temperature is going to tell in the last 20-25 kilometers.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be an interesting run. I think the race starts now.
Yes. Yes, the race starts now, indeed. So just for all of you who are catching up, the race itself started about 15-16 minutes late, and the reason why it did was because it was it was a little unsafe to start the race at that time because of visibility. The sun wasn't up, it was still twilight, and the race directors decided to kind of do it a little, start a little late. Yeah, I can feel for fans of Ruel. He was the French champ was leading the race until about for the first couple of hours, and then fell behind. It is quite yeah, it's not the greatest when, but there are so many variables, and as an ultra runner, you kind of have to deal with a lot of those. Naveen, what's the most what's the biggest factor you think in ultra running?
I think the largest challenge for the runners who come from outside India would be getting used to India and the heat in general, correct? Most runners would have run in temperatures, especially from Japan and Europe, would have run in temperatures below 20 degrees. And the minimum here is around 21, 22, and it'll go up to around 28, 29. And I think that's going to be a serious challenge in terms of managing your hydration and managing your pace as the sun comes up, especially later in the race. And that's going to be challenging. And the route itself is going to be different and new. So that is common for all runners, though.
Yeah, but it's not something that the runners are not expecting for sure. Just to throw you a nugget that I got yesterday at the opening ceremony. Apparently, the British team, they ran inside a sauna to train themselves for this event. So there are multiple hacks, in training, that multiple tricks that you can do in training to make sure that the multiple things that the elites do. I mean, it's definitely not for the amateurs to wear 4 layers of clothing and run at noon to make sure that you get used to the heat.
Yeah.
But trust me, they've got those bases covered. We are looking at the live feed. I think we should be up in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, it's not as easy as starting your run, isn't it? Yeah. Bangalore is the IT capital of India. We'll make it happen one way or the other. Yes. Thank you, guys, for all the love and support that you have shown since morning. You know, as I was mentioning earlier, it's my son's birthday. He's turning 9, and I don't want him to tell me when he grows up that, you know, because I missed his birthday for ultra running, he's not going to be an ultra runner himself.
Happy birthday, Navneet.
Yeah. So
How old is he going to be today?
Navneet is going to complete 9 years. He's got a house full of cousins to keep him distracted from his father, his daddy, who's here. But
And when are we seeing him on the track?
Great. I mean, this is as big as an event for me, for a proud father to share his son's accomplishments. There was a Stonehill half marathon. I ran the half marathon. He ran the 5K, and he did the 5K in 31 minutes.
Awesome.
31 minutes for an
Father like son.
31 minutes for an 8-year-old. I thought was pretty good. So, yeah, I hope the 5 becomes a 50, and he really also discovers the joy of running. Truly.
Absolutely. I'm sure he will.
With that, I think I'm handing over the mic to in the hands of Naveen, who'll bring in, you know, fresh perspective. He's sitting in the sun to kind of give you the first-hand experience of what it is to be out here. He is in the sun, and I can see
Starting
a
to sweat.
lot of sweat starting to drop, and he's just sitting, guys.
We'll miss you, Manoj. But again, happy birthday, Navneet, and have fun.
Yeah, I will be distracted as the cake cutting is going on to see if it is the polish, the Japanese, or will we have an European record being broken here. 6:13 is the European record, believe me. And we have Antonio who is chasing that in number 3. So a lot of things to watch out for. Of course, I'm praying super hard for, you know, our champions, Vipul, you know, Amar, Velu, and you know, Saurabh. Binay, of course, you know, he's going to be our safety net to make sure that we make that position. All of these guys, they've trained so hard for this. You know, I'm going to be rooting for them. Thank you again, everyone, for all the love and support for ultra running itself and for this event. Hoping that, you know, somewhere our paths will cross in future. Some trail in the middle of nowhere. Who knows? All right. Ciao. See you and see you soon. Yeah. Bye bye.
Bye bye, Manoj. And folks, now you're going to have to listen to. I will take over from Manoj now and keep you company till the end of the race. Bye, Manoj.
See you.
Have fun.
Bye. Bye, Naveen.
for people who've tuned in now, we've got the link for the results. You can track the runners as they are running and check where they are. You can follow the link which is pinned, and you can sort of put in your runner's name and you can sort of get the results. It's easy to get to the leaderboard by going to the link that's on the top of this feed, and you can essentially click on the leaderboard, and you can increase the page size to 100 so that you can see a lot more runners. At this point in time, we've got updates. Yamaguchi from Japan is leading. He's completed 11 laps in 3 hours 22 minutes, and is followed by another Japanese runner, Haruki Okayama, who was the winner in the championship run 2 years back in Berlin. And he's followed by Spaniard Antonio Jesus Aguilar. And it's a tight, close-knit group. The first 5 runners are within 11 minutes of each other. So the race is still young, and I think it's going to be really, really competitive to see them go to the finish. Do put in the people that you are cheering on the chat window, and you can track their results using the link that is there along pinned with this particular live stream. It's starting to really get quite warm now. I think we are hitting 29 degrees or so, and the race is still young. The runners have completed just over 50 kilometers. The leaders have completed just over 50 kilometers. Yes, go cheering on the Italian team, Emmanuel. That's awesome. It must be really early in Italy right now, I would guess. Yes, we are hearing cheers for Team India. And yes, go Team Australia and the French team as well. So as the heat is picking up, hydration in an ultra is key. And as you know, this is a 4.8 kilometer track, and the runners can come back and pick their hydration, the salt pills, and soft flasks at their aid stations, which is near the start point, and also get some medical care if they require anything. Good to see support for the runners from Brazil, Australia, France and India. They will need all the encouragement as the heat picks up during the day, and they lead into the second half of the run. The top runners have finished their 50-kilometer mark and are now heading towards the second half. Tim, you can see the results. There is a link pinned on the top of this sheet, and you can click on the link and go to the leaderboard and follow the results. The live results are going to be back up in another few minutes. We've just checked with the race time guys. So just hold on. Yes, Kamdenu Amaris is a real cheetah. He's running really strong. Matthew, the live results will be updated in a few minutes. So just hold on. We should be back live on the results in a few minutes. I was just chatting with Daniel, who's from Sweden, and he's come here to cover the entire the entire running, and especially the Swedish team, which is consisting of 3 women and 4 men. And he just told me that the top Swedish runner is currently running 6th. Thank you, Tim. It's great to see so many people. We've now crossed the 7,000 mark in terms of views right now. Ultra running is catching up, and it's great to see the number of people who've come from across the globe who've tuned into this program. Do continue cheering for your team and your special favorite runner. The day is still young. There's at least 40 more kilometers to go for all the runners. It's going to be a lot of fun, given that the top 5 runners are within 10 minutes of each other now. great to see the first three runners complete their 13th lap, which is a distance of 65.94 kilometers. The leaderboard remains unchanged at this point in time for the top three. We've got Yamaguchi from Japan leading the pack, who's completed the 13th kilometer in 4 hours 10 seconds. And we've got Haruki Okoyama from Japan also coming in second, who's also completed 13 laps, just 4 minutes behind him, and followed by Antonio from Spain, who's completed it in 4 hours 8 minutes. He is currently followed by Carlos, who should be crossing the line anytime soon. I was wondering if there's anybody from Japan who's watching the live stream. Good to see that Marina from is cheering on the Spanish team. Where are the cheerleaders for the Japanese team? Yes, Sumit, Amar is an amazing runner and he's doing very well. Him, Vipul are leading the pack for India. Hi Sumit, Amar is actually now at lap 12. He's completed lap 12 and he's in 12th position currently. Good to see Matthew is now tracking the runners, and as Matthew has pointed out, Courtney Olsen is currently tracking an 8th position among the women. The leader currently is Sarah Webster, and she's completed 11 laps. And we have Marie Ang from France, who's coming second, and Florian Hort, who was the winner 2 years ago. She's currently in 3rd position, followed by Makata of Japan and Dominica. As always, you can check the race results following the link which is there on the top of the screen below the with NEV Sports. Um, and you can go and click on the leaderboard to see the leaders in the races that you're following. Sumit, the results are getting passed on as quickly as we can. It's fascinating to see the way that we are able to track the runs these days. I still remember the early days where it was completely manual, where people wrote down your bib number and your timing. But I think things have changed a lot since then, with timing mats tracking the race, and hope to keep that the data coming to you as quickly as possible. I'm not sure if you can see in the video, but I certainly it's certainly become more bright, and it's certainly become much warmer right now. I think it's important that the runners stay hydrated and pace themselves to do well. Large part of the run has reasonably good tree cover, but there are sections where runners will have to bear the full brunt of the heat, especially as the sun as we get towards noon. Go Team USA. I'm sure that the beer and the champagne will flow a little later, Matthew. Currently, I think they'll be staying hydrated with their salt pills and a lot of water, so that they do well in the race. We should be seeing the Japanese runner Tomoya Watanabe and Amar crossing the screen soon as they come to complete their 13th lap. A shout out to Courtney Olson and to Allison from the USA. Allison is currently running 15th. You can track the race results using the link that is there with this live stream.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಐರಿಸ್ ಬಿಸಿಲಿದೆಯಲ್ವಾ
We can see Amar crossing on the screen right now, just went past. Allison seems to have a lot of family and friends following her. That's great to see. Cheer your favorite runner. And you can see the results on the link that has been provided with this live stream. This is a 4.8 kilometer loop. So you will typically see your runners crossing every 18 to 22 minutes. If you watch the live stream, we are now just heading towards 8,000 views, which is amazing for an ultra marathon. And the World IAU 1000 kilometer championship is really rocking it. The temperature here, according to Google, is 24 degrees, but it feels at least 4-5 degrees more than that in the sun. We are sweating it out with the runners from where we are commenting on the run. It is quite a warm day, and the runners obviously are having a much tougher task to do with the run. Most of the runners are fully drenched in sweat, and I hope they're all staying hydrated and are taking their salt pills according to the weather and according to how they're feeling. Andy, yes, the weather is showing around, Google is showing around 24-25 degrees. But I think directly under the sun it feels more like closer to 30 degrees. And with the humidity that we have here, people are almost swimming in water. They're like completely drenched. And it's a tough run, but I'm sure that the runners have practice for these conditions and will manage their hydration and their salt intake according to how they are feeling and making changes based on the weather conditions here. So just for people who are not avid ultra runners, one of the key things in an ultra marathon is to take care of your hydration and your salt intake. This is one of the main reasons that can make you stop and not complete the run. Most runners take salt capsules. They also do their hydration with various hydrating drinks, so that they keep their salt levels appropriate, because sweating would be very high with the humidity and the heat that we are currently having here. Great, we are having people cheer for the British team and the American team. Lots and lots of people. We're just inching towards the 8,000 viewers mark, which is amazing to see for a ultra marathon. So do let your friends and families know about the run that's happening here and being live streamed to you from Bengaluru. Courtney, your friend from Canada, is in good company and hope she does well. Yes, Sumit, Amar is incredible, and when I got in to comment, he was in the 15th position, and he's been steadily sort of gaining ground, which is just amazing to watch. Good to see people from all over the world tuning in for the IAU 100K World Championship from Bengaluru, India. You can see the results on the link that has been provided. Team standings are a little bit more complicated, so among the men, I think the Japanese team is ahead because they've got both the first and the second runner, followed by 3 Spaniards. So I think it's going to be a really close finish between Spain and Japan. The top 3 runners for each country are included in the results, and the total time is taken into account, and the team with the lowest total time is the winner. I think Japan and Spain are neck to neck at this point in time. Hi, Courtney. I think it's going to be really difficult not to break a sweat. I think what you should count on is that she's running with a big smile on her face and enjoying the run. I think that's the key, keeping the spirit up and giving it your all and doing the best that you can. Conditions are tough, and they're tough in all races, and it's just good fun to do the best that you can and compete the race in the fastest time that you can. That's really true in the sense that may not be the last 10 kilometers where the race really starts. I usually look at the last 30 kilometers as especially for a 100-kilometer race, as to the point where you start to feel everything that's gone before this, and your real spirit and your training and your taking care of yourself on the race day and adapting to the conditions come to the fore. So we are getting to that point with the runners, and I mean, these are all world-class athletes, so you're going to see some really, really amazing, hard-fought finish in this race. Among the men, the Japanese and the Spaniards are actually sort of competing really, really strong for the team championship. Let's see how that goes. The women's leaderboard is currently a mixed bag, with Sarah Webster leading from UK, followed by two French ladies, Marie and Florian, followed by in fourth position Miho Makata and Dominica in fifth position. I don't think these positions have changed over the last hour or so, which is interesting. In the women's team championship, it seems to be the French, France, UK, and Japan, along with USA, that seem to be vying for top honors. Hi Manoj, good to see that you've sort of logged in. For people who've just tuned in, Manoj was started the entire commentary and built up the enthusiasm for viewers watching this race. He had to leave for his son's birthday. Again, Manoj, wish Navneet a very happy birthday today, and hope you can tune in from home. So we're currently viewing the 8 stations. The route is 4.8 kilometers. So the runners cross this mark every 20 odd minutes and pick up their hydration, salt pills and food. a big shout out to all the people manning the aid station. While we see the runners running on the track, the unsung heroes are the people supporting the runners, getting the right things ready for them and ensuring that the runners are getting all the things that they require at the right time, and the encouragement on top of all the food and water that they are supplied. A big shout out for all the aid station crew supporting all runners from across the world. Sumit Binay is doing well. He's completed 11 laps in 4 hours 11 minutes. He's looking strong. Very true, Andy. You got to keep the temperature in control, and I think that's one of the key elements during a ultra marathon, and especially in conditions such as what we have today. You got to maintain your heat balance. Hydration is key. Sweating helps you maintain your temperature. Humidity is also a big factor, and that makes it even more challenging, because the sweat you do not sort of cool down as much with greater humidity. We've just had Yamaguchi complete his 15th lap in 4 hours 37 minutes. Incredibly good pace. He's followed by Okoyama and Antonio and Carlos and Felix. Vamos indeed. to all your viewers who've logged in. We've got a special guest joining us right now. For people who've been running in India, this is a name that would be familiar, Sunil Shetty. He's an amazing runner, and we go back a long way. Sunil, how is it feeling? How is it going today?
Hello everyone. Yeah, it's been good. It's almost 4.5 hours or 4 hours 45 minutes since we started. Today, yeah, it's a little bit hot. Maybe the Indians are used to it, but people who have come from US and other European countries, it's a bit tough for them. We honestly, I don't expect the record to be broken because of the weather conditions today, but so far good. Yeah.
Great, Sunil. Sunil, what's the most recent run that you've done?
Just last Sunday, I ran the Pune International Marathon. For people who are not aware of this, that's the oldest or the first marathon in our country. And this was the 38th edition. Unfortunately, though I've been running for last 22 years, I never got an opportunity, because of my schedule, to go and run. So this year I made sure that, somehow I go and run just to experience, and have the medal of the first marathon of India. So good participation, very good elite runners from across the globe who came, and in spite of the tough condition and tough route, still were able to clock 2:16 and all.
Oh, that is incredible timing. What's your advice for the runners on the track right now? Having done this yourself many times.
Looking at the current weather conditions, I still feel it's very important to conserve whatever you have because it's still a long way to go. I do expect most of them to fall around 8-hour finish, and they still have a long way to go. So hydration, obviously, very important in this weather conditions. In fact, we have twice already replenished the water stocks in the storeroom. Wow. So that itself gives an indication the consumption which is there. Yeah, better to conserve, I would say, because now it's already 11. The next 3 hours is going to be very tough.
Yeah, I was just going to come to the question that is, as race organizers, what are the challenges that you face and how are you overcoming them?
Yeah, a lot of challenges as we move along. It's not, or rather impossible to plan everything in advance. There are something you keep as and when you go. You need to keep looking at. One is the stock replenishment in the stores, especially the ice and the water. We. Since we have 200 plus runners, we thought 400 kgs of ice would be good enough. But let me confirm right now. It's just 11 o'clock and we already consumed 600 kgs of ice cubes. And getting some of these things is not easy. We are at a place in GKVK. Most of the things has to come from the city. So that's obviously a big challenge. Yeah, but I think NEB Sports, we are experienced in all these things because of so many races what we do. So these are the things we are used to it.
Thanks a ton, Sunil sir. Pleasure having you, and look forward to a great finish. I think especially among the male runners, the top 5 are within 10-12 minutes of each other. It's going to be a really close finish.
Thank you so much, and hope to see you come back again later.
Yep. Thank you. great to hear from one of the most experienced runners, Sunil Shetty, and who's also part of the organizing team today. We thank him for his inputs and insights on the run. You can track all the runners using the result link that is there with this live stream. And thank you for joining us on this live stream. You can see a lot more runners stopping at their aid stations to get hydrated and pick up on their salt pills and other elements. It's very, very critical for them to stay properly hydrated and eat the right things for this race. As we are getting into the last 30 kilometers of the race, things will become tougher. Most runners have sort of expended a lot of energy, and people will start to walk a little bit, which is all right. The most important thing is to stay on the track and keep pushing. But listen to your body as well. That is very, very critical. Good to see Sumit is tracking the runners very closely. Yes, Antonio is currently running second behind Yamaguchi of Japan. And it's also very interesting to see the third and the fourth positions, which are separated by less than 3 seconds. on their 15th lap. So Haruki Okayama completed it in 4:46.29, and Carlos completed it in 4:46.32. I think we've got some really tight finishes going to happen in the 100-kilometer run for men. The race leader positions in the women category remains the same. It's been unchanged for the last hour or so, with Sarah Webster leading, having completed 13 laps, and Mary from France leading, coming in second, followed by Florian. Oh, that's very interesting. I think second and third are separated by around 26 seconds. And then we have Mihato at 4 and Dominica at 5. Hi folks, we are back on and we've got a special guest all the way from Sweden. We've got Daniel here. Daniel, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Daniel Westergren. I'm an ultra running journalist, which is quite a rare thing. So I'm probably one of the few external media here covering the event, mainly for, of course, the Swedish team, but also the international runners.
That's amazing. I didn't know that there were people who are tracking ultra marathons. That must be really a handful of people.
Yeah, I don't think we have many with this kind of ultra running. It's not many, so I'm very privileged to be able to do that. And I have been to Verona for the European 24-hour Championships and to Taiwan for the World Championships last year. And now I am here in India. So it's really
What got you interested in ultramarathon and tracking ultramarathons?
My brother has been running since 2010, and I was working at the TV channel before, and then I was covering a few events in my hometown in Sweden. And then, it just caught on from there. I've been running a few ultras myself, although on a very low level, of course. But one step to another, and then
Okay, that's wonderful, and I think the sports needs all the coverage that it can get, and getting people, especially on a long event that takes many hours, is not one of the easiest to watch events. And we've got over 9,000 people currently on the media stream, so which is wonderful to watch so many people from across the globe watching the match. So what's the update on the Swedish team, since you've been tracking them closely?
Yeah, unfortunately, Olle Meyer, our best runner, he was once at number 4. He has now dropped out, and so we only have 2 runners left in the male team. But the women are doing well. At least 2 of them are going up. So I think as a team we can perform well on the women's side.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. It is a tough track, and the humidity and the heat are. While these conditions are known, every day and every run, training for it is not an easy element. Daniel, have you ever tried running an ultramarathon?
Yeah, I've been doing a few, mainly backyard ultra trail running, and a few 24-hour and 6-hour races as well. So Right now, I'm not in the shape for it, so I'm hoping to get back.
But it's amazing that you've gotten into the running spirit and also been doing. So, what's your longest run?
26 hours in a backyard ultra, which was in 2019 a good result, but now it's nothing. But still, I'm proud of myself.
That's awesome. I think every run is a run which is incredible. And every ultra marathon, I tell people that after 24 kilometers, you're running with your head, not on your not based on your muscles and your feet. Correct? What's your take on what's the biggest challenge that you faced as an ultramarathon runner?
Oh, yeah, that's interesting because I think it's a lot, as you say, that the mind is becoming more and more important the longer you run. And if you are a fast runner, it can be a disadvantage when you want to run very long races. So the ones who can really succeed are the ones who can be clever enough to start slow and just push on even when the pain comes. So I think for me that was my advantage. But for the runners here, some of them come from shorter distances like marathons, and for them it's a very long race, and then it can be tough because you're used to run very fast, while other runners are also used to 24-hour races, and they might have a disadvantage, might have an advantage in a race like this.
Yeah, I think the patience and sort of planning your run and balancing it so that you're not getting out too fast and sort of exhausting yourself is, I think, a key. What do you do for hydration and for fuel during your ultra marathons?
Oh yeah, I usually take some sports drink and some gel, but when I go for like these slow races like backyard ultra for many hours, I also try to get some real food every 3 hours or so, which I think is important. But for a race like this, 100 kilometers, most runners, of course, they just need something quick.
Yes.
But at the same time, the main problem is for many the stomach also. So you cannot, you have to balance.
Oh yeah, so there is a question for you, Daniel. I'll just read it out for you. This is from Shamsher. What are your views on our Indian ultra team and the scope? Since you're a journalist, what are your views and do you see ultra running in Olympics?
Yeah, as for India, I think it's very interesting that we can come here for a world championship because I know it's a sport that is growing in India, and even whether it's this kind of ultra running or whether it's a backyard ultra, and I know that you have many like adventure runners who are crossing the country in fast pace and so on. So I think, as someone said at the opening ceremony, if people only see role models other people are running, then it takes off from there. Oh, what are they doing? They are running 100 kilometers. No, that's crazy. But then the next year you want to try to go further yourself. Yes. So, yeah. And as for the Olympics, I think trail running has an advantage there. They are closer, and there are already discussions going on. And this kind of running, I think what needs to be done for it to be in the Olympics is to make it interesting to watch, because the events go on for such a long time. But with the right knowledge and the right presentation and the right production around it, it's extremely fascinating to follow. And the more people who can get to know that, the more interesting it can also be to reach the Olympics. But I think trail running is ahead when it comes to ultra disciplines.
Okay. Just to add to the question on India, I think the number of marathons that have now started in India, I think there are probably 40-50 marathon runs, larger scaled events. I think we've got a lot more participation over the last few years in terms of marathons, and ultra marathons are also getting to be more and more popular. And like you said, there are lots of trail runs as well in India now. I completed a run in Malnad 2 weeks back. It's called the Malnad Ultra, and it was a 100-kilometer race. I think totally over 1,000 people came for that. And this race itself, correct, like you said, seeing other people run, and especially have world-class runners come and run in India, it just sets the mood And we've had the 50K championship last year, we've had the 100K this year, and I'm sure that the India team will go from strength to strength. They've been winners in the Asia Oceania Championship, and I'm sure that this will be a great learning point, and also all the ultra running enthusiasts, we will have more and more runners running faster and faster times, adding to the incredible ultra running community.
Yeah, and one thing I also would like to encourage extra is women to take up ultra running, because one of our female runners in the Swedish team, when they were training in the parks, she was taking many Strava segments, because not many women had been running fast even when she was just training there. Okay. So it would be interesting if even more women in India can take up this kind of running.
Yes, a shout out to all the women who are watching this program, and we look forward to having a lot more runners and a lot more women runners especially. Thank you, Daniel. It was a pleasure having you, and we hope to see you a little later in the day as we come closer to the finish.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. We've got a very, very accomplished gentleman who's joining us, Mr. Adil Sumariwala, who's the AFI president. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Wanted to just get your views on the event.
No, I think it's a fantastic event. Athletic Federation of India requested for this event, and we are very happy to Mr. Nadeem Khan, the president, more than 30 countries here. So I think it's a great event. India is now becoming a powerhouse for sports, and we need to ensure that we do as many international events for two reasons. One, we can showcase India to the rest of the world. Two, we create a sporting culture where athletes, top athletes of the world, when they come here, and our athletes can see them. Thirdly, our athletes can compete with the best in the world. So in that respect, it's very, very important to host big events, and we are very grateful to our president, Mr. Nadeem Khan, who has given us this opportunity to host this event.
Thank you very much, sir. As a runner and an ultramarathoner, we would never have seen these incredible runners come here, and thank you for making this happen. What would your how do you sort of see the Indian team's development over the last few years?
I think we've done very well. Last year we got a medal in the 50K. So I think we are developing. One has to understand that it's not a switch you can put on and off. It takes some time. There is a period. You can't short circuit that. There is a development time. And that if you short circuit, then you'll get injuries, then it's not sustainable in the long run. And people have to understand it's 2 to 3 Olympic cycles if you want to develop the sport. And you can see that is being developed. So, I mean, for example, you look at athletics. If you look at the Commonwealth Games, we had 3 medals, 8 medals. 3 games. We had 13 medals. In Asian Games, we had 13 medals, 18 medals, 29 medals. So, 3 Asian Games. Now you see the progression. For the first time, we have an Olympic gold and a silver medal in athletics, in the history of athletics in India. So there is a development. Now again, Neeraj may have got a silver, but he threw 5 meters more than he threw at when he got the gold medal. Yes. So there is a progression. Now if somebody else throws more, you can't do anything. But you have to understand it's a pathway. is a process, and you do the process right, then things are okay. So we have to follow that process.
I completely agree with you, sir. I think it's important, especially for India, with its natural talent, to experience international runners. And like you rightly said, within a few years, we've been winning medals at the World Championship in ultramarathon, 50K, 100K. What would your aim be in the next maybe 5-10 years?
No. I think what one needs to do is broad base. One needs to follow process. One needs to give the support to the athletes, the support people require, whether it's in 100 meters or it's in 100K. So you need to give that support. You need to, when I say support, it's just not question of giving money or kit or infrastructure. It also means the soft skills like a manager, a coach, a physiotherapist, a doctor, a nutritionist, a mental trainer. Now, these are very, very important things. People think that just by giving one athlete and one coach you can make a world champion. No, you cannot. So it is a whole ecosystem. So my job is to create the ecosystem. Once the ecosystem is created, things will happen.
That's an amazing thought. I think the sporting ecosystem requires all stakeholders, one, to stay for the long term. It's an ultramarathon. It's not a one day. It's not a sprint. And I think it's what do you see the private sector and their involvement? How
it is putting in so much money. The government is giving so much support. What is the private sector doing?
Except for maybe one or two athletes.
Maybe see also. I mean, they're really not doing anything. If you take, there is a CSR funding, which they're supposed to, if it's 2%, if they give just 0.5%, if the top 20 companies give 0.5%, it will be more than double the sports budget of India.
Wow.
Nobody wants to give
that money.
So all the corporates want to talk. They want, when Neeraj becomes champion, they want Neeraj. Yeah. When Manu Bakar becomes champion, they want Manu Bakar. What are you doing at grassroots level, tell me? I run the largest grassroots level program in the world. I have 1 million children taking part. Who's supporting it? Public sector only. No private sector.
A big shout out to all the private sector captains to contact AFI and join the endeavor to actually build the future of Indian athletics.
Thank you. I'm absolutely. I hope that it's very easy at cocktail parties to say, oh, we have 1.5 billion people, only 6 medals, only 7 medals. Boss, what is your contribution? Yeah. Nobody's talking. What are you doing? Yes. Nothing. Yes. I only want to in cocktail parties keep talking. Yes. So stop talking, empty your purses.
And encourage, be present, come out for races, cheer the runners, cheer people even who's not running in a race, correct? Every day counts.
Absolutely. So I think everybody, at this point the government is doing a great job. They've got Mission Olympic Cell, they've got Target Olympic Podium, there's NSDL funding. So but government, according to me, government should only build infrastructure.
Sure, sir.
According to me, government should not be doing all this.
And a quick bit on this race and its organizers. How did this race come to be in India? Because this is not ultimate.
All the efforts of Mr. Nagaraj Adiga, it was he who came to us and said to the Athletic Federation that we should now start supporting Ultra. So we started supporting Ultra in a very small way to start with, and then as it got bigger, Nadeem is a good friend. President Nadeem is a very good friend, and then we discussed and we said we are ready to host a few events in India. Nadeem, being of Indian origin, of course, loved the whole idea, and he's the happiest to be here. So I think it's a great combination of the organizational work of Adiga and Reet and all of them, and then support from the World Ultra Nadeem and support from Athletic Federation. So I think it's a very good combination together.
A big shout out to IAU, AFI, and NEB Sports for making this happen and bringing the IAU 100K World Championship to India. And we look forward to a lot more events and activities and a lot more investment from all sectors in whatever ways that they can into sports and sports culture.
Do it. One person can't do it. Everybody, only a team can do.
Absolutely.
So we need that teamwork.
Absolutely. Put sponsorship in if you can, run if you can, cheer if you can, correct? And that's the important thing.
No, you can do all three.
I can do all three.
So
Yes.
you can do all three. So why is there like a question mark? Just do it.
Yes, that's the spirit. Just do it. I love that. I think just do it. Do all three.
All three.
And do lots more.
Yeah, don't question yourself. Just make a statement.
Thank you, sir. And any wishes for our team as they are running today?
Look, I'm there standing and cheering my team. So
Yes.
cheering everybody, but especially my team. So
Yes, Amar is doing very well.
yeah.
Top 15.
Yes, he is. So hopefully we'll do well.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Pleasure having you
Thank
on
you.
the show.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir. Nadeem, yeah. Oh, that one? Yeah. So, yeah. Sure. Yeah, okay. We've got the president of IAU, Mr. Nadeem here. Nadeem, welcome to India. And I'll let you introduce yourself and how are you seeing the run go today?
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be back in India. It's been an annual journey for me now. It feels great. It feels great to come back to the championship, and it feels great to host the 100K World Championships here too. I mean, we should probably be getting our first runner in shortly. So yeah, so this kind of brings the whole championship to a full circle. And no, the athletes have said nothing but good things about the organization. And a little bit of a tough condition today, but we kind of expected that coming down to Bengaluru for any time of the year, for that matter, right?
Yeah. And Nadeem, how did sort of India was nowhere in the say 7-8 years back, correct? How do you see the progress of India and Indian teams in the various IAU championships?
The progression and the development has been amazing, you know, and part of the reason too has been all the support that President Adil Samariwala from Athletic Federation of India has given to the ultra running community, and he has also appreciated the fact that the Indian team has been making the podiums and bringing home the medals. Last year, I mean, the Indian national team finished on the podium for the 50K World Championships, so that was a huge thing, right? And you know, success leads to more success. And the support from AFI, the support from the different state governments has all led to where we are today. So the development of the sport and the promotion of the sport is second to none when it comes to India, and the results are there for to see. Still a long way to go for certain disciplines and modalities when it comes to the Indian runners, but they're doing fabulous compared to what they were doing about a decade back.
And thanks to the various events that have been happening here, I think that's really encouraged people to participate. A little bit about the event, today's event itself, and the organizing of that. That would be great to hear.
I mean, these things are not done overnight. It takes months and months of preparation. I believe India got the right to host these championships about a year back. And so it was you start planning right after the day the bid is given to a place. And so it's been a long journey. And kudos to the LOC, the local organizing committee, NEB Sports, and kudos to the some of my colleagues on the IAU who were project and technical coordinators, and Jacek Betkowski, Andre Mignot, Paco Rico. They all have done an amazing job when it comes to pulling these championships together, and the results are for everyone to see.
And anything to the athletes who are toiling in the field right now?
Well, the finish is in sight. I mean, keep going at it, keep doing what you're doing best. I mean, one foot in front of the other at a speedy rate, and you'll get to the finish line before you know it.
Thanks a ton, Nadeem. Pleasure having you here. And any last words for all of us in India, ultramarathon in the world?
नहीं, बहुत शुक्रिया, धन्यवाद वापस इंडिया बुलाने के लिए, और अगर चांस मिला तो वापस हम लोग को यहाँ पर फिर से championships करेंगे. So there will be opportunities to do these championships in the future as well. And yeah, it's nice to come to a championship that is well organized, and everyone does appreciate it. So hopefully this is not the start of the end, and there'll be a lot more to follow through. But no, keep growing the ultra running community here in India, and keep aiming for the stars. And yeah, you folks will return on the podium very soon.
Thank you, Nadeem. Thanks a ton. And we look forward to lots more events and lots more finishes and lots more podiums, standings. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, and thank you very much for having me on your show.
Dhanyawad.
All right, thanks, Alvin. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Most of you who are running any distance in India, so most of you runners who've run in India, any race in the last few years, this person who's joining us is no stranger. You would have seen him at almost every race that you've run. Thank you, sir. Mr. Nagaraj Jadiga, organizer, founder of NEV Sports, has joined us right now. How are you feeling?
Great day, good atmosphere. It's getting a little hot now, but everything going fine. People are running well. By and large, it's a pleasure to host such a important event. 100-kilometer World Championship is not something which happens every day. So it was first an honor to host it, and next we see that the people are running and enjoying themselves. I hope we get to see some world records.
Awesome. How did you get hooked to running, and especially ultra running?
I think you guys started that, right? I remember when I was, when you are running ultra, I was running behind you and ended up doing ultra running myself.
Yeah, this was way back in 2012-13. Mr. Nagaraj Adiga did 60 kilometers plus, maybe closer to 100, 75 kilometers. Yeah, when I was doing a 160 kilometer run. But since then, it's not been an easy journey to encourage and build this sport up. So just a little bit of the hard work that's gone in behind this. I think that would be, most runners today just see that people are finishing near podium, doing well. But Indian ultra running has come a long way because of a lot of effort that's been put in the last 4-5 years.
I think credit goes to Athletic Federation of India, because what they felt is that they are not able to do much for ultra running in India. And then they requested me as an organizer, can you just ensure that, a proper races are held across the country so that we discover talent. And then to encourage this talent, we started having training camps and things like that. Of course, supported by Sport Authority of India also. So I think if you look back, what started casually ultra running in India, now we have, good world-class material. We get top 10, top 20 every time we take part in anywhere in the world.
Correct.
So gradually, and we were lucky to have some very good athletes like Amar and Saurav and Vipul here, Velu, all of them. I mean, and they train. What is important is they train throughout the year. They are from Air Force and they don't. They get holiday. I mean, they get leave for the whole year to train, and that's one of the reasons we are successful, because they're training throughout the year.
I think what was left unsaid has been the amount of events and activities around ultramarathon that NEB Sports has been organizing. I think it's very, very critical to have these races so that you have the competitive spirit and the sense of winning, the joy of winning. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, we are into business of organizing marathons, so it is just an extension of that we also organize the ultra marathon. In fact, the stadium run started as something like for the Bengaluru marathon. We just decided that we will have stadium runs as a part of activities. And what started casually was then we started having regularly, and today we have stadium runs every year, 24 hours, and it ends up being the selection for the Indian team. So it's a proper extension of what we do.
That's wonderful. I think it's been incredible experience for all the runners to see international athletes. So a little bit about the challenges of organizing this particular event in India today.
Well, the challenges always has been getting a good route, and also get the road closures, as well as stop people from getting in and walking on the course. So what we have realized is, among all the cities and among all the places, GKVK campus gives the best in terms of pollution-free, environmental is very good. You have a lot of trees, and so what we realized is that if a world-class event happens here, that it is good for everyone, and that's one of the reasons we select this place. Otherwise, other things fall in place, other than the financial requirements, which normally in other countries, which is supported by government or some corporates. Unfortunately, nobody comes forward in India, so it looks like I'm the lone torch bearer on spending money.
The early torch bearer, and hope that the private sector comes in to sort of join in the wins that are happening now.
Yeah, see, all that happens. Unless you create events and you have this type of world-class events here, and then people see it, and then slowly corporate, like now we have Puma as a kitting sponsor. I mean, the fact that they came forward on their own, so reflects that people have started realizing the importance. So somebody has I'm sure that, say, 5 years from now, our role will be restricted to just hosting events rather than funding them and spending time and money on training of the athletes. I think that slowly we will eventually come out of that.
No, I think the amount of investment, amount of focus, amount of encouragement, I think it's not just money. The sheer encouragement that you've given personally to all the athletes, including me. Mr. Nagaraj Adiga was my pacer in my run in 2012-2013. So great to see the real advancement in ultra running.
Pacer with a stick in hand.
Yes, he's a tough taskmaster, but he's a very kind taskmaster.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and look forward to a great finish today.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
ಕಾರ್ಡೇನೋ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಲ್ಲ. ಹೌದು. ಹಾಂ 49 ಈಗ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಏನೋ 45 ಮಿನಿಟ್ಸ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಹೆಬ್ಬಳ ಕಡೆನೇ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಇವಾಗ ಹೆಬ್ಬಳ ಕಡೆನೇ ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಯಲಂಕ ಹಂಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ತಾನೇ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಹೌದು, ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ನಾಳೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ, ಏನೂ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ಒಂದು ಬಂದ್ರೂ 4:15 ಹೊರಟ್ರು ನಾವೊಂದು ಹಾಫ್ ಅನ್ ಅವರ್ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಗೃಹ ಪ್ರವೇಶ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಯಾವ ಟೈಮ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೌದಾ?
We have Yamaguchi from Japan having completed 18 laps. There are 2 more laps to go. It's 5. He's done the 18th lap in 5 hours 33 minutes. This particular race, actually 3 more laps to go. We've got a short leg and of 2.7 kilometers that the runner started with, followed by laps which are 4.8 kilometers subsequently. So we've got another 3 laps to go. Hi folks, how's the N2? We've just got 2 more laps to go. Coming close to the finish of the race. There's a tight finish between Japan and Spain for the men. I think the first is there's a Japanese followed by 2 Spaniards followed by another Japanese and a Spaniard after that. So it's going to be really tight finish in terms of seeing which team is going to win in the country event. We now have Yamaguchi going into his last lap. He completed the penultimate lap in 5 hours, 53 minutes and 12 seconds. He's followed currently by Antonio from Spain, followed by Felix from Spain, followed by Haruki Okayama from Japan, who's followed by Carlos from Spain, who's then followed by Toru from Japan. This is going to be a really tight finish for the country. The top 3 runners for each country, their timings are taken together, and the country with the lowest hours and minutes is essentially declared the winner. And Japan and Spain are neck to neck at this point in time. We have major shake-up in the women's leaderboard. We have Florian Hott from France, who's now the leader, having completed 16 laps. She was the winner of the 100K championship 2 years ago in Berlin. She's now followed by Sarah Webster and from UK, followed by Mary from France, who's followed by Miho Makata from Japan and Dominica. So we've got a very runners from multiple countries. France has 2 in the top 5. There's 1 person from UK, 1 from Japan. So there's a very mixed bag in terms of runners that we are seeing today. You can follow your favorite runners and check their results on the link provided along with this live stream. We just crossed 12,000 viewers. That's amazing. an ultra marathon being watched by so many is very, very encouraging, and we look forward to seeing lots more in the time to come. We are around 15 minutes from the finish. We should be seeing the finisher in another 15 odd minutes, so stay tuned and let anybody who dropped out know that the winners are going to be streaming in the next few minutes.
Tejas, ಇವಾಗ ಬಿಡ್ಲಾ? ಹೌದಾ, ಸರಿ 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 ಸರಿ. ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ. ಹೌದಾ, ಸರಿ ಸರಿ ಸರಿ. ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ. ಹಾಂ. All of them. You can use the camera. The real camera. You will be looking now. You take it again. Yeah.
Hi folks, we are a few minutes, maybe 3 or 4 minutes from the finisher crossing the finish line. We've got Yamaguchi who's leading the men. He should complete in another 3 to 4 minutes. Expected to complete in 3 to 4 minutes. So stay tuned, do not leave your seat right now. I think the second and third runners are probably around 5 to 15 minutes behind Yamaguchi. We've got Antonio who's currently behind him. You can track the results using the link that is there with this live stream. You can cheer your team loudly in the chat section. Everything is coming to a head now with the finish. Everyone's got probably a lap of 2 to go. We can see the preparations that are being done to roll in the finishers. Stay tuned. We have a close fight for the country winners with Japan and Spain in a tight finish. We are expecting the winner of this race to come in any time now. Yes, Amar is running very strong, really doing well in the men's race. It's a tough trail with the temperature actually quite high at, it feels like 28, 29, 30 degrees right here, and the humidity is also fairly significant. We have the stage set now for the finisher to come in. You can see a lot of activity by the organizers. We have Yamaguchi from Japan, who's expected any time now. He's followed by Antonio from Spain and Felix from Spain, followed by Shinkara. So we've got a good set of people. Let's just watch this finish happen. We have our finisher heading towards the line. You can see the preparation done for him. There comes streaming in Yamaguchi of Japan really cracking the race open. Incredible finish. What a sprint to the finish line. Incredible. Just awesome. Just outstanding. we have the winner, Yamaguchi of Japan, who's just completed his run, completely exhausted but with a big smile on his face. It's an amazing feeling to complete the run. All the pain and other things will come later. And still the race goes on for all the rest. We will expect Antonio to reach the finish line in another 5 minutes or so. Stay tuned, and you can watch and follow your favorite runner using the link that is there with this live stream. We had Yamaguchi finish his race in 6 hours, 12 minutes and 3 seconds. We have Antonio following him from Spain, followed by Felix from Spain, who's followed by Haruki Okayama from Japan, followed by Toru Sumiya from Japan. And the next, so we have of the top 5, 2 Spaniards and 3 Japanese runners. So it's going to be very interesting for the team championships. The team championships take into account the top 3 runners from each country. Their times are added, and the country with the lowest time wins. Currently it's a close fight between Japan and Spain. Very close. we're just having a finisher coming through. I think it's Antonio of Spain, who's just coming through right now. Yeah, that's Antonio finishing. I think a good 6-7 minutes behind Yamaguchi. Oh, incredible run. So we are happy to share with you the winner of the IAU 100K World Championship. Mr. Yamaguchi is here with us. How do you feel?
そうですね、世界一を目標にやっていたので、率直に嬉しいです。
I'm very happy to win the race because I want to win the championship.
Okay. Wonderful. Congratulations. Very, very good race. You finished very, very strong. How did you feel about the run, the environment, the weather? What was the challenges that you faced today?
今日のコンディションで、一番大変だったのはどこですか？
そうですね、結構曲がるところが多いのと、あとは、結構歩行者とか車が逆走してくることがあったので、ちょっとそれを気を使いながら走るのがちょっと大変でした。
There are many turnaround and sometimes some residents around here or cars, bikes. So it's a little bit difficult to care about such avoiding such people and vehicles.
Okay, so there were some challenges on the run. How about the heat and the temperature, the weather, the
天候はどうですか？この暑さ。
そうです。思ったよりも日陰が多かったので、想定していたよりは暑さマシだなと思いました。
There are more places to be able to avoid the sun, so it's not more difficult than he expected.
Okay, oh, that's nice. How was your competition today? The other runners?
今日の他の選手に関しては何か感想ありますか？
そうですね。後半結構すれ違いとかで差が分かるんですけど、スペインの選手が結構後半勢いあるなっていうのはすごく感じてて、ちょっと怖かったです。
Spanish runners followed him at the second half of the race, so he felt a little bit scared to take over.
Okay, you finished almost, I think, 8 minutes ahead of the next runner, which is incredible.
後ろのランナーと8分差でめちゃすごいんですけど。
そうです。思ったよりも差を広げられてよかったです。はい。
Yeah, you came in second in the World Championship 2 years ago, correct?
2年前に優勝してますよねっていう。
2年前は2位ですね。
2年前2位でしたけど、今回優勝できて。
How did you train for this particular run from the last time?
前回の2位から今日まで何か特別な練習はしましたか？
特別な練習はしてないんですけど、そうですね、もういつも通りの練習をちょっと積み上げてきたって感じです。
He didn't train extra more, but he keep his training after last championship.
Okay, same training you continued. Okay. Oh. So congratulations once again, and thank you for an incredible sight. It was a pleasure for all of us watching you run and finish so strongly.
本当に優勝おめでとうございます。見ている我々も非常に感動してます。
ありがとうございます。Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. So celebrate your run, and we look forward to a close finish between Japan and Spain for the team championship.
日本とスペインで今チームの優勝を争ってますけども。
そうです。日本 の選手、本当に粘り強い選手多いので、最後まで絶対諦めないと思うので、団体優勝できることを信じています。はい。
The Japan team runners are all strong and they never give up. So he hope the Japan team will win.
All the best and congratulations once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All the best. And we're looking to the women runners as well to finish strong. Thank you. Over. Yeah. We'll do slowly. We now have the runner-up of the race, Antonio. We were just setting up, so just give us a few seconds to get this going.
Just your decision.
Hi folks, we've got Antonio with us. He's had an incredible race. I think he kept Yamaguchi on his toes all through the race. So we want to first know how is he feeling?
¿Cómo te sientes? ¿Cuál es tu sentimiento ahora mismo?
Bueno, ahora mismo la verdad es que no me lo creo, estoy cansadísimo, pero ha sido una lucha constante los últimos 20 kilómetros. Ahora mismo estoy cansadísimo y no soy consciente de lo que acabo de hacer, la verdad.
So he's very tired, very tired. So, and for him, the last 20 kilometers were a fight with himself, and complicated the last minutes, especially for the time. The weather.
Okay. So what was the most challenging part of his run today?
¿Cuál ha sido tu mayor desafío hoy?
Pues la verdad es que las condiciones han sido duras, el clima, la humedad y el circuito era duro, era para 100 kilómetros se hacía bastante duro, acumulas bastante desnivel, el desafío es las condiciones, sin duda, muy duro.
Yeah, especially the humidity, the weather, la climatology, and the circuit, because for 100k the circuit is a little hard. Okay.
Okay. How did you at any time in the race think that you could catch up with and beat Yamaguchi? Because you were very close.
¿Cuál va a ser tu próximo desafío teniendo en cuenta pues lo que has hecho hoy, ¿no?
Comer mucho estas navidades, beber mucho estas navidades, coger 3-4 kilos y ahora mismo no pienso en deporte.
After the training, very hard training for this competition, he wants to eat, he wants to drink, he wants 4 kilos more and to forget to run.
So, any messages for your loved ones, friends and family back home?
Que unos mensajes pues para tus fans y para tu familia.
Bueno, pues esta victoria personal y subcampeonato mundial, está claro que no lo he conseguido yo solo. Hay un grupo de personas detrás grandísima que me ayudan cada día y sin ellos sería imposible porque esto es como un puzzle y es una victoria de muchas personas, de mi familia, de mis amigos, de todas las personas que me quieren, de la federación, de todo el mundo. Estoy súper agradecido y no es solo mi victoria, es una victoria de muchas personas y ellos saben quiénes son.
So he is not a personal victory, it's a victory of the family, a victory of the friends, a victory of the federation, a victory of many people,
and not possible to obtain this second position in the World Championship without them.
That is very true. I completely agree. A little bit about how you're feeling for running in India. I suppose this is the first time that you're running in India, and about the race. How did you feel like the competition and other Indian runners?
Does that work over there?
And we hope to see you back here sometime soon. Not for a race, but to see the country.
Bueno, él pregunta que supone que es la primera vez que has corrido en India y que cuál es tu sentimiento el haber corrido aquí en India, con la gente de India, con la organización india y con el país en general. ¿Cuál es tu sentimiento hacia este país y hacia el ultrafondo de hindú?
Pues es la primera vez que estoy en India y ya jamás en la vida se me va a olvidar. Estamos muy agradecidos por el trato, la organización, el sitio, ha sido todo muy fácil y es la primera vez que hago un campeonato del mundo y ya India y yo para siempre.
So, it's the first time in India for him. It's the first time 100K.
Yes.
So, yes. And it's a special feeling with India because you are very polite people, you're very, very good organization. So for him, never forget this situation, this country, this organization. Thank you very much in the name, on behalf of Antonio.
Thank you very much, and thank you for setting this incredible pace and the incredible run. And we enjoyed having you here, and we look forward to seeing you more often. Thank you.
Te dan, bueno, que te dan las gracias pues, por vosotros.
Thank you very much. Can I have a photo with you, if you don't mind? Or is it just too tired, is it? Okay. It's just too tired.
Check, check. We are ready with the winners of the 32nd IAU World 100 Kilometer Championships. The flower ceremony will be held now at the quadrangle.
The results are here. What do we have? Oh, no. Next one. We can start.
In the third place, we have Haruki Okayama from Japan with a timing of 6 hours, 37 minutes and 54 seconds. We have Mr. Nagraj Adiga, the race director of the championships, and the president from Asia Oceania Ultra Running. In the second place, we have Antonio Jesus Aguilar from Spain with a timing of 6 hours, 25 minutes and 54 seconds. We have Dr. Nadeem, president of the IAU, to give away the flowers and honor him. And in the first place, we have Junpei Yamaguchi from Japan with a timing of 6 hours, 12 minutes and 17 seconds. And to do the honors, we have Mr. Adil Sumariwala, VP of World Athletics Council and President of Indian Athletics. Yeah. Yeah. Take the flower. A big hand to all our athletes who have finished in fantastic times. Congratulations to the winners. And we have lots of our runners yet on the track who will do wonders. We will have the first women finisher coming in another minute or two. 1:26, Florine Hot from France. Yeah, the latest is 1:26, Florine from France, and 1:25, Maria from France. Both are running very close to each other, so we will never know who will finish. For the information of all the spectators, 1:26, Florine Hot from France is the current world champion. And 1:31 from Great Britain, Sarah Webster is also closely following the first two runners from France. We have Florine Hot from France finishing. A big hand to Florine, who's finishing in the first place. She is the current world champion, and she's defended her medal.
Take a picture by yourself.
Yeah. With my family?
Yeah.
Yes.
Take one with you, and then one with the family. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. One with you.
You go little back. If you stand here, go back. Don't mind. I don't mind. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back. Little bit.
Laurent, ils sont là, ils sont là.
Wow. Et les bébés, les grands-parents et...
Check, check. We have Marianne from France, 125, in the second place, finishing. Hey, Mari, good job. 25, in the second place, finishing. Hey, Mari, good job.
Wow.
He's the national record holder. We have a first Indian finisher, Amar. He's the national record holder.
Excuse me. It's a birthday.
Thank you very much.
Non, je crois pas.
You can get up. Yes, you can do it.
Don't fly.
Yeah, because Florian.
I know, now you can complain. Give it all. I know, you get it.
Everybody can come. Family can come and do no problem.
Laurence? Wait. Always not seeing doctors, so she can come.
Yeah. Yes.
We're expecting the third woman finisher, 131, from Great Britain, Sarah Webster, in another couple of minutes. We expecting the third woman finisher, 131 from Great Britain, Sarah Webster, in another couple of minutes. All eyes on 131 Sarah Webster from Great Britain, who's the third woman finisher. Come on, guys. Big hand to Sarah Webster, All eyes the on third finisher from 131 Great Sarah Britain. Webster from Great Britain, who's the third woman finisher. Good job, Sarah. Congratulations. Big hand to Sarah Webster, who's the third finisher from Great Britain. Good job, Sarah. Congratulations.
Get her a chair, huh? Chair.
Be careful then.
So Sarah is the first finisher in the Masters category 2 in the women 45 age group. Mr. Nagaraj Adiga, wherever you are, requesting you to come to the quadrangle for the flower ceremony.
You want to interview her?
Check, check, mic check, check. Check. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, check.
Yasek? Yasek, we're ready to do the flower ceremony. Can we have you here, please? And Andre, for the pictures. Yasek, wherever you are, we are ready to do the flower ceremony. Can we have you at the quadrangle, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we have the women winners of the 32nd IAU World 100 Kilometer Championships. In the third place, we have Sarah Webster from Great Britain with a timing of 7 hours, 19 minutes and 18 seconds. And to do the honors, we have Mr. Nagaraj Adiga, race director of the championship and president of the IAU Asia Oceania Council. Congratulations, Sarah, you've done fantastic. And incidentally, Sarah is the first women finisher of the Masters category. Congratulations once again. And in the second place, we have from France, Marie-Ange with a timing of 7 hours, 12 minutes, and 22. Congratulations, Mari. And we have Dr. Nadeem, President of the IAU, to do the honors. Fabulous to see you still smiling, Mari. And the winner, 126, Florent Hot from France, with a timing of 7 hours, 8 minutes, and 43 seconds. And to do the honors, we have Mr. Adil Sumariwala, Vice President, World Athletics Council, and the President of Indian Athletics. Congratulations, Florent. Fabulous. Can we have all three of you for a photo op? Great job, ladies. Congratulations for your superb performance.
Check. We live? Hi, Marie. You don't seem to have done a run at all.
Oh, I definitely do. You just have to see me walk and you'll see.
No, I don't think our audience is not going to believe that you completed 100 kilometers just now.
It's a long
But if
way.
you watch her toes, you'll believe that she's completed a run. How was the run?
A little long, but that's what you sign up for when you sign up for 100K, so there was no surprise there. I mean, it's a championship, so it's so exciting. It's not like a standard race when you run for yourself. Here you come and you represent your country and you run for your team. So it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
And how different was it from your past runs, running in India, the weather?
Much hotter. That sums it up pretty nicely, I think.
What about the hospitality and everything else?
It's great. We had a great time. The race is wonderfully organized, and everybody's so nice, you included. So everything all around, it really couldn't have worked out any better on my end.
Okay. And anything that you did specifically for the training so that all the ultra marathon enthusiasts can learn from this run?
It's gonna sound corny, but consistency is really the big thing. My big takeaway this time around is to always believe in yourself. I've had big setbacks. I started running again not long ago, coming back from injury, and I didn't think I would even be here, and here I am, medaling. So trust the process, trust the people around you. If they tell you you can do it, you probably can indeed.
And what's with all the wonderful decorations?
Well, if you're going to be out there for a little while, you might as well look pretty. I'll try to.
And you've maintained all of it. Stay strong.
Yeah.
The message.
Yeah, I mean, all this stays on nicely.
For the information of
Any
the
message for your
spectators,
friends and
the
family?
participants from
that
the
was for
Indian
them.
team.
This medal is for my
Amar
family.
Devanda has
this medal is
finished
for my
his
team.
race
This medal is
with
for the
7
people
hours
supporting,
and
for my
13
friends.
minutes.
100K is a
Vipul
long way,
has
so you have time
completed
to think
19
about
laps.
everyone that you love, and I
Vinay
did so
18
today.
laps.
And if it wasn't for them,
Saurav
there's
Ranjan,
no way I would have
17
finished
laps,
this.
and Velu
Amazing
16
run,
laps.
and thank you. It was great seeing you run and finish so strong. Welcome back again soon.
Thank you. Hopefully, maybe when it's a little cooler at night, I wouldn't mind. But thank you very much.
Welcome and congratulations once again. Mary, first runner-up for the Women's 100-kilometer World Championship.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Io come vi ho detto l'altro giorno che andavamo, mi ha detto lui rispetto come noi, sono tutti dalle 6 ore 27, 6 ore 36. Gli ho detto no, non siamo, perché gli ho detto tu hai 6 ore 58 a Winchonten e io 6 ore 54, quindi non sono.
Seri, vieni qua con te, che ti arriverà.
Arriva?
Allora no. La Silvia. Allora arriva sempre la figlia dopo.
Dai Silvia, l'ultimo giro.
Dai Silvia, dai Silvia, può passare davanti agli atleti così. Ale Silvia, ale, dai!
Ce l'ha, scusa.
E la fede arriva.
ರೆಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಈ ಬಟನ್
ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್
ರೆಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ರೆಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ,
ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹಾಂ ಬಿಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ
ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್.
ಓಕೆ, ಅದೇ ತಿರ್ಗಾ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಇದು ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಈ ಕಡೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ.
Face, it will be good. You show your face, it will be good, not the back side.
Guarda che comunque sarà quinta sesta. Adesso è da 4 di 4, secondo me non hanno aggiornato.
Quarta?
No, da 4 arrivate, però l'ultima 7:25. No, poi è arrivata la foto nuova.
No, perché è arrivata una poco fa.
Per me sarà stava.
Arriva Fede!
Vai Fede!
Ale Fede!
Vai Fede! Ale!
Ale Fede!
Vai Fede!
Ale Fede!
Vai Fede! Brava Fede!
Excuse me, ma'am.
Da qua, cosa abbiamo detto che qua?
He needs to have the video. When I see him, I do it by the video. I can't do it otherwise.
Sir.
We will control afterwards. We have to control.
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am.
Come on, Misha. Come on.
A gentle reminder to the managers of the teams to return the shoe chips, the transponders, and the strap to the timing tent. A reminder again to all the managers of the teams to return the shoe timing chips, the transponders with the strap to the timing tent. Thank you.
Transponders with the strap to the timing tent. Thank you. But I have to take care of somebody has to take the masters. I can't leave. That's my problem. That's my problem. I can't. There's nobody taking care of the masters. So I have to double check it.
Thank you.
I have to double check. That's my problem. I would do, but I can't. If somebody is
Once you've done this, then
yeah, but or I need somebody who does it for me during the interview. But I don't know if IAU has somebody. Who can tell him?
Kurwa mać!
They need to tell him. They need to tell him how many laps he has to do. It's not written there. Last lap. They need to tell them how many laps. They need to tell them.
Right there. I didn't know about that until my last lap.
Nobody knows. I don't know. They need to be prepared. So, last one? I don't know.
Congratulations. One more loop.
Okay.
Thank
go
you.
ahead. Come on, very good. Although if you make the so the runner who decides that he's doing yes, but hopefully afterwards he will tell you, no, you only did this yeah. And they don't tell it, so there was one of the Polish runners who asked for it. And they, at the end of that, then the runner found it, the one in control.
ಆಯ್ತು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಇತ್ತಾ ಅದು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ವೈಟ್ ರಸಮ್ಮ ಪಲಾವ್ ಇದ್ದಿಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಪಲಾವ್ ಇತ್ತು
One left to go.
the participants are the managers. The buses are ready to leave. They are still
Leaderboard कौन सा है? Leaderboard left. ये straight जाना है ना? Main road आता है ना? वो left है. Left में तो how many kilometers? 32 kilometers. So before I see so many domestic flights. Small. Hey, Jaipur. Opposite. Small airport. And at the small. Then so Madras over there. This side Madras. After Kumpa area, plane. कितना और उधर से लखनऊ से ये दो प्लेन चल रहा है नेपाल से लखनऊ then we go to Gorakhpur then go out country and total 8 kilometers. No stop. Then start at 6 o'clock. No food. Food have. No. Escape. Every country have stop. Yeah. Every country have stop. Yeah. Every country have stop there. Okay. You can eat everything there. The right time. Oh. Then Okay. Do.
मलाई थाहा छ यो चाहिँ बारेमा मलाई थाहा थियो सबै यहाँबाट जुन चाहिँ के हो मलाई थाहा छैन अब नदिएपछि व्यवस्था गर्नुपर्ने त्यसलाई गाह्रो गरेर आइरहेको छ कि कति जित्यो कति खेल्यो छैन सबभन्दा खुसी दिने हो
Minala mare hai kasada bhanda uya bidigal ni biso ni ki thodi sang kala sir better sort of time right